First qualifiers on the track. 1 Dizzy Miss Lizzie has Corey McPherson. 2 is Salisbrook Abbey, David Dowling. 3 is Saltwater Johnny with Brody McPhee. Outrageous Show, the 4, Joe Barrio. KT's Affliction is the 5 with Keith Ford. Toby Holmes wears 6 for Brady Sweet. Sweet Success has Jason Hughes from post 7. New Shooters, the 8 for Mark Campbell. Oh, to be me. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough end facing, he's marvelous. Headed to the lead. Second. Dizzy Miss Lizzie, Salisbrook Abbey, Saltwater Johnny, Outrageous Show, KT's Affliction, Toby Holmes, Sweet Success, New Shooter, 8 of them. Across the gate qualifier number 1, first of 3. KT's Affliction's on the run. And there they go, off and pacing, Sweet Success, chasing the gate out. Into the turn for second is Saltwater Johnny. New Shooter comes from the outside third. On the cones, fourth is Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Away fifth is Salisbrook Abbey. From the outside, Outrageous Show is 6. Away 7, Toby Holmes. And the trailer, That is KT's Affliction. So the quarter full bound is Sweet Success and Jason Hughes early. New Shooter is on the outside second. Third up the rail is Saltwater Johnny. Then fourth is Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Back into fifth goes Salisbrook Abbey. Off stride goes Outrageous Show. Then towards the rail, Toby Holmes and the trailer, KT's Affliction. They're at the quarter 29 and 4. Off the turn they come, led by Sweet Success. They're coming towards the opening half mile. New Shooter dropped in second. Racing from third to Saltwater Johnny. Fourth up the rail, Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Then racing from fifth is Salisbrook Abbey. Back to sixth is Toby Holmes. Off stride seventh is KT's Affliction. And at the back, the trailer Outrageous Show. The road to the half mile in 59 and 4. Over to the 5/8 they go, and it's Sweet Success to get them there. New Shooter races second. Out of the turn from third, Saltwater Johnny. Dizzy Miss Lizzie continues fourth. Then it's Salisbrook Abbey fifth. Toby Holmes back into sixth. Then it's KT's Affliction and Outrageous Show. At the three-quarters, Sweet Success continuing to lead by a couple. Moving into second, that is Saltwater Johnny. Dropping back third, New Shooter. Going wide in fourth is Dizzy Miss Lizzie, and three high fifth, Salisbrook Abbey. 1:30 and 1 was the three-quarter time, and they're headed on home. And Sweet Success looking to close it out. Saltwater Johnny on the outside is second. New Shooter coming late fourth, Salisbrook Abbey. But it is Sweet Success for Jason Hughes. Second, that is Saltwater Johnny. New Shooter held on to be third, and the time of the mile in a 1:59 flat. Here's the rundown from the first qualifier. Dizzy Miss Lizzie fifth, Salisbrook Abbey fourth. Saltwater Johnny was second. Outrageous Show did not finish. KT's Affliction was seventh. Toby Holmes sixth. Sweet Success, the race winner. New Shooter third. The fractions went 29 and 4, 59 and 4, 1:30 and 1, mile 1:59. The second qualifier's on the track. The one is Skip Across with Mark Campbell. Hippie John, the 2, has Kenny Arsenal. Spicy P3, Jason Hughes. St. Lad Skip is 4 for Dale Spence. Five is JK Express for David Dowling. Pictonian I Am wears 6 for Kenny Murphy. We do have an added horse here in the second qualifier. Wearing number 7 will be Gin and Tonic for Mike McGuigan. In the second qualifier, Skip Across, Hippie John, Spicy P, St. Lad Skip, JK Express, Pictonian I Am, Gin and Tonic, outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, and JK Express fires out in between horses Spicy P, and on the rail, that is Skip Across. Stacking them up 3 high into the turn. The getaway 4th is Hippie John. St. Lad Skip goes 5th. Pictonian I Am 6th. The early trailer 7th, Gin and Tonic. Up the backstretch led by JK Express for David Dowling. Spicy P and Hughes are going to keep coming. Up on the outside to take over the lead, that's Spicy P. Giving way for the 2-hole ride is JK Express. Now 3rd is Skip Across. Then 4th, Hippie John. St. Lad Skip goes 5th. Pictonian I Am is 6th. Trailing 7th is Gin and Tonic. Over to the opening quarter mile in 29 and 4 by the 3/8 pole. Straight alignment in qualifier number 2. Spicy P's on the point. JK Express races from 2nd, from 3rd at the rail. Skip Across back to 4th is Hippie John. St. Lad Skip is 5th with Pictonian I Am 6th. Gin and Tonic has 7th, and a little bit of broken gear up front for Gin and Tonic. On by the opening half mile. The leader, Spicy P, and over to the half in 1:01 and 1. Tracking along 2nd is JK Express, continuing 3rd, Skip Across, Hippie John 4th, St. Lad Skip 5th, Pictonian I Am 6th, Gin and Tonic 7th. No movement as they go to three quarters, and Spicy P will be the leader there on JK Express second. In at the rail third is Skipper Cross. Hippie John is on the outside, moving up fourth. Pictonian I Am coming late to take over fifth. The three quarters went 1:31 and 4, just an eighth of a mile out. Spicy P homeward bound. JK Express second. Hippie John now third. Skipper Cross in fourth. That is Pictonian I Am with St. Lad Skip and Gin and Tonic in the second qualifier. That's Spicy P in line to Jason Hughes. JK Express was second and Hippie John held third. The time for the mile in qualifier number 2 for race winner Spicy P, 2 minutes, 3/5. Now the rundown from the second qualifier. Skipper Cross was fifth. Hippie John third. Spicy P the winner. St. Lad Skip was fourth. JK Express second. Pictonian I Am was fourth. Gin and Tonic finished seventh off of fractions of 29 and 4, 101 and 1, 131 and 4, mile 2 minutes 3/5. The third qualifier is on the track. Number 1 is Woodmere Arturo for Joe Barrio. It's Dally Time, the 2 for Kenny Murphy. Number 3 is the trotter Along for the Ride with Amber Campbell. 4, Woodmere Dealer for Jason Hughes. Malice Intent 5, Dale Spence. 6 is Power of 4 for Irwin Neal. Look Over Your is the 7 for Mark Campbell. Final qualifier lines up with Woodmere Arturo. It's Dally Time, Along for the Ride. Woodmere Dealer, Malice Intent, Power of 4, Look Over Your. Track is fast. Third qualifier, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. Off and racing from the middle. Woodmere Dealer will leave out. Along for the Ride is second. Coming from the outside is Power of 4 third. On the cones fourth. That is Woodmere Arturo. To get away fifth, it's Dally Time. Then sixth is Malice Intent. And on the outside, Look Over Your is 7. So the quarter pole bound. On the outside, that is Power of 4 towards the rail. Is a Woodmere Dealer. We've got a little to it and add it and to it here in qualifier number 3 in the early going. And Jason Hughes is going to have the say up front aboard Woodmere Dealer. Quarter mile was 29 and 2. Now tucked away second is Power of 4 around the turn. That's the trotter third. Along for the Ride. Racing from fourth is Woodmere Arturo. It's Dally Time is in fifth. Racing from sixth is Malice Intent. And the trailer, that is Look Over Your. As they arrive at the midway point next, it's a Woodmere Dealer halfway home. Power of Four goes second, continuing third along for the ride. Woodmere Arturo fourth. It's Dally Time fifth, Malice Intent sixth, and Look Over Your is seventh, a half mile in a minute and 4. With 3/8 of a mile left to go, the leader at 5/8 is a Woodmere Dealer. Power of Four second. There goes Along for the Ride to the outside third. Back into fourth is Woodmere Arturo. It's Dally Time fifth. On the outside sixth, Malice Intent, and Look Over Your continuing to trail as they arrive at 3/4. The leader is Woodmere Dealer. Along for the ride on the outside, trots up second. Third up the rail is Power of Four. And the 3/4 time was 1:32 flat. Headed on home now, and it's a Woodmere Dealer looking to close it out. Power of Four reclaims second. Back to third along for the ride. Woodmere Arturo fourth. Malice Intent way wide. Look Over Your. And it's Dally Time up the rail. In qualifier 3, Woodmere Dealer for Jason Hughes. Second is Power of Four. And Along for the Ride. Held on to be third. The time of the mile in 2:01 and 1. Now the results of the third qualifier, Woodmere Arturo was sixth. It's Dally Time seventh. Along for the Ride third. Woodmere Dealer the winner. Malice Intent fourth. Power of Four finished second. Look Over Your was fifth. Fractions 29 and 2, 1 minute 4, 1:32, mile 2:01 and 1.
Okay, so Race Day Live getting ready to go here in a few minutes, and 50 minutes away from first race post time. And of course, that is the deadline for the Isle Pick 5, that 1,500 guarantee pool from Charlottetown tonight. And those, of course, tickets have to be in before the opener. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desk today, and brought to you by HBIBet.com. And Peter, we have a little bit of windy conditions out there. It's going to gust to about 50 a little later on, and the temperature is at 20, but it's going to cool down a little later. But the action is hot tonight, including that feature, which is coming up in the finale.
Yeah, it looks like a real good race. Like you mentioned, beautiful day to be outside today. Was doing a little bit of yard work today, Lee. Cutting some grass in and around the yard. Nice to be out. And I think it's going to set up for a nice night of racing. Like you mentioned, 12 dashes. The final will be the feature tonight, and it's a good race. Middleton Terror on the rail. He was a winner last week. And he gets the rail this week. He'll be tough. Avatar J, he's back on the island.
Nice story.
Yeah, nice story. Back for Jody Sanderson and Darren Smith. Gilberto to drive. Fernhill General. Top Colt in the last couple of years in the Maritimes, now races the big dogs. He's in post 3 tonight for Brody McPhee. Burnout Hanover has done very well the last couple of years here. Mr. Riley's 5. Rollum, the newcomer for Mark Campbell, he's done very well in the qualifier. We'll see what he has to bring tonight in this race. He'll lead from post 6. Blood Money was good last week, finished up 3rd. And Meticulous GB, remember him 2 weeks ago when he shot off the wings?
I do.
From post 6 for Kenny Murphy. He'll be on the outside tonight. So a lot of great angles in here. Good race in the 12th.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I know a lot of headlines coming out of the 11th. It is a power pack card, and by the way, the 12th is the super high 5, so you'll have to try to figure that out if you can. I've been up and down the page. We look forward to that. It's the Vance Cam as well on the feature tonight, so we'll give you some of those picks. We're going to get things rolling with Tempo Sealster, retirement pace tonight, and we also have a pregame coming up on Tempo Sealster as well. So that's all on the way on race day. A little sound audio check here for you. 48 minutes to go before first race post time, and we are open for business.
they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, certainly some great clips there on the new intro for 2023 and Race Day Live from beautiful Charlottetown, and it is Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park, and there is the site of that historic Judges Tower that we talk about every week. And I know it's getting closer and closer to some of those corporate parties, and Rebecca McDonald is busy taking bookings for that event over there, and that is one special place to be for your corporate party when it starts to warm up a little bit. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desk tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth standing by with the equipment and program changes on an excellent looking car tonight. Peter, we have a fast track right now. We have temperature around 20. It's going to drop off a little bit. I would say around the feature time tonight, a little around 9:18 when they go to post. It'll be down around 14 degrees. And we do have the wind right now. It's gusting about 36 kilometers an hour, but it's going to gust a little bit higher than that, around 50. But, boy, what a great-looking card we have. And we're going to turn to the feature coming up on race number 12 tonight. Middleton Terror, who had the big victory last week by a nose, gets the rail. Yeah,
again, going to be a dandy race, like you mentioned, Lee. It is a nice day, bit of a breeze here, but this sets up to be a dandy in the feature tonight. Race number 12, Middleton Terror is on the rail. That's David Dowling. Winners last week. They'll be tough there again this week. Avatar J, he's back on the island. Jody Sanderson, Darren Smith own Avatar J now. That'll race from post 2 tonight. Fernhill General from 3, Burnout Hanover. Mr. Riley Rollum, the newcomer here from Mark Campbell, looked great in the qualifier. They're 6 tonight. Blood Money, who rallied in for 3rd, is 7. And Meticulous GB, don't forget about him. He's 8 tonight.
That's right. And, there are all kinds of great storylines in that race, and up and down the page on it. It is the Super High 5, so that's going to give you another angle in there. Can you get the 5 of them in there? That's coming up on race number 12. Lots of action to get to, though, before then. And let's start with our equipment changes and any program changes that you need to play Red Shores tonight. And let's send it upstairs to the guy who will call all the action tonight. Here's Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Lee, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 5 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 20 degrees Celsius, just a beauty night for standardbreds here in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 3, Jackster, adding a choke plate. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 6, Shake Me Up Hanover, adds a martingale. And the final change, you'll go to race number 11. In the 11th race tonight, number 3, Bankroll, going from blind to blinkers. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. The first race post time set for 6 o'clock. 26 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Yeah, so we're underway here in Charlottetown tonight. 12 races to go here, 15 minutes before the first race post time. And Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the Race Day HBI broadcast desk, and Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We have 20 degrees, fast track, and a bit breezy, but we're going to kick things off tonight on a special note tonight, Peter. A happy retirement, Tempo Sealster. And on the pregame tonight, we thought it was appropriate to go down memory lane.
Yeah, for sure, Lee. He's just been a real nice horse for Gary Polton and Duerbaho. They've had the horse for a long time. I know you have some stats. We'll talk about it after we see this clip here. But he's been a horse that's shown up week in and week out and raced very well on Prince Edward Island. So we thought it was fitting tonight on his retirement that we look back at a race a couple of years ago from Tempo Sealster. Here he is winning in Charlottetown.
Full top. Heat Marvelous second. Sports Royalty third. Time for the mile in 1:58.1. Tempo Sealster second. First up, that's Three Truths third. 1 minute and 1 for a half a mile. He's Marvelous, maybe chop on the engine off that half. By the 5/8 they go. He's Marvelous, the leader. Three Truths on the outside second. Third up the rail, that is Tempo Sealster. Regally Magnified is fourth. Sports Royalty 3 wide and coming fifth. In between horses, the Iron Man and the trailer. Oh, to be me, the 3/4. That's gone by, and now Three Truths, the leader. 1:29 and 2. The tempo has picked up big time in here. Down to an 8 lap to go. Three Truths, he's Marvelous. Tempo Sealster 3 high. Sports Royalty 4th. Down the stretch they come. Get that camera set up. Way wide. Here is Tempo Sealster. Kenny Murphy triples up. He's Marvelous second. Sports Royalty third. Time for the mile in 1:58.1.
Well, so many great memories over the years with Tempo Sealster, and there's just one of those 40 lifetime wins that he had in his tremendous career. And Gary Polton, of course, trained him all those years, and his brother Vincey, and I remember Paul McKenzie would home for Old Home, he'd get a drive. Kenny Murphy doing some great work with him there as well in that win in 2021. But 314 starts, Peter, and it's safe to say that every time he stepped on the racetrack, he was a competitor.
That's what I think of, Lee. He was a competitive every time he stepped on that track. Like you mentioned, he showed up to race week in and week out. I know they loved him too, Lee. He was just a great horse for the Polton family to have, also Duerbaho, and I know they're going to miss him racing, but he gave them a lot of thrills over his career.
Yeah, they had him for a long time, and we talked to Gary just a few weeks ago. He wanted to do something special tonight, so we're going to kick it off here on race number 1. The Happy Retirement Tempo Sealster comes up in the opener here tonight in Charlottetown. So that's a look at the pregame for you. The Isle Pick 5, that's what we're working on first, and it is that 1,500 guarantee pool. It's got to be in before the start of the first, and the first 5 races here tonight. That's a competitive fields in there, so lots of great selections for you to take a look at there. The late pick 4, the super high 5s coming up in the program as well. It's all ahead, and we'll have more when we return with Race Day live from Charlottetown. All right, so our paddock judge, John Power, just gave them the signal, and there they are. That's Selkirk Echo leading the way there. Jills Berrio coming out of the paddock right now. As we get the paddock cam, brought to you by Red Shores. A new investment this year with that camera. Looks fantastic. There's a look at Tradition. Gordy Hennessy coming out now. Gordy's going to be on the 60 Seconds With segment. That's on race 8, if you want to hear it.
Going to be a good one, Lee.
It's a good one.
He wants to call a race,
Yeah.
so I like it.
Yeah, so we'll hear more about that coming up. But we're going to meet them next. As race number 1 is moving in the paddock for the opener in Charlottetown.
Tonight's first race on the track for the post parade. It's the happy retirement to Tempo Sealster, one of the war horses here at Charlottetown. Race 1 on parade. Selkirk Echo number 1 over the Selkirk stable of Belfast, trained by Ronnie Matheson, driven by Jills Berrio. 2 Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, Gordy Hennessy training and driving. 3 is Cataparca. The owners are Jeremy Hoffman, Lynn Livingstone, Jeffrey Campbell, and Kevin Teasdale. Melissa Rennie does the conditioning, driven by Adam Murner. Doc Darrell number 4, owned and trained by Morgan Shepard of Brackley Beach. Colin Shepard drives. Fernhill Dynamic number 6, owned by Cindy McDonald of Montague, trained by Jeff Holmes, Corey McPherson. Century Invictus wears 6 for owners John Collings of Brudenell and Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart, trainer-driver Jason Hughes. 7 Rymar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico, trained by Eric Doucette, driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes. Wagering time. First race, no changes. Race day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. This is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $1,500 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Peter McPhee and Lee Drake are next, and a special tribute to Tempo Sealster.
All right, well, what we'd like to do at the start of every program is give you the standings of how we roll here in Charlottetown. First, we'll go with the top drivers in race number 2. We'll give you a look at the top trainers. We'll roll things off here. Mark Campbell leads the way, and he's been doing that in quite a few years, but he's kicking off this meet 25 wins right now, and he's on the top of the leaderboard, Peter.
Yeah, he is again, Lee, looking for 14 straight years. David Dowling is second with 13. Gilles Berrio sits third. He's got 12 wins. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, is fourth with 10. And Adam Murner, he's been hot of late. Adam all the way up to 9 wins, sitting fifth at Red Shores in Charlottetown.
So we're going to make our way out to the track here and pick up the top contenders. As we get going on the Daily Double, the Exacta, the 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, 20-cent Pick 5, and that is the Isle Pick 5 with that $1,500 guarantee. And the Happy Retirement Tempo Sealster. It was a pleasure to do the pregame tonight on this horse, and 40 lifetime wins. And I know there's going to be a trackside presentation, nice cooler, and we got a couple other surprises for the owners as well. But we're landed on the 6 right now at even money. Century Invictus, and Jason Hughes training and driving tonight for Tommy and John Collins. And they're getting into the mix. 10 lengths off the leader at the quarter, 11 lengths at the half, as you pointed out in your post-time picks, and he made up a ton of ground.
He sure did, Lee, and that was from post 7. Like you said, he was at the back for a while, but he was storming on the end of it, 29-1 there, and he ended up third to Manterio and Cataparca, a couple of good ones. So I thought he raced good from that point, 17:01s. He slides down a little bit here to the 15:01s. I think that's important because if you go to the bottom of the lines, you can see he raced that 15:51 level a couple of times. He was a winner in September there for Jason, 55-3, and then if you slide down one more to the 10th of September last year, 15:51s, he was second to Best of Hurst, 55-4. 28-4 in the end of it. So I like his chances here tonight. He's on the outside, but we think the Blue Knight can work out the trip on Century Invictus, even money.
So we're working on a fast track tonight. No changes in race number 1, the opener here. And there's a look at Cataparca right now. Adam Murner and Melissa Rennie teaming up here from that barn. It's a busy barn tonight, too. They're going to be sending out a lot of horses. And Jeffrey Hoffman, Lynn Livingston, Jeffrey Campbell, Kevin Teasdale, wherever you may be located tonight, you can tune in to Race Day Live, and they're getting into the mix. Only third start in the spring meet, Pete, and same starting point as last week.
Yeah, I like his chances here. I thought he was real good last week. Had him for part of it last week, and he was tucked in the whole way. He just sat 3 mostly all the way, and you can see he rallied late. He got the deuce to Manterio, 56-1, closed out in 30. I thought he was really good. He moves down a notch, like we said, and he faced Century Invictus last time, so these two will battle again this week. This horse has the better post. Cataparca was a 4-time winner from 22 starts last year, 56-2, the quickest right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Coming off a good start, he's in a good spot again. Adam's been rolling. Cataparca, big here tonight at 5-2.
Well, one of my favorite things coming around the track as a kid, and you go up to the fence, and I used to love when the horses would score down at the track. And I know Gary McDonald, he really liked to score them out from the post position, and you knew he was serious on the gate that night. He'd score them down, they look good, and the bettors really love the opportunity to have a look at the product when it comes out on the track. Post parade's important, as we said, but also scoring down there. And there's a look at the 5-1 chop right now, and those odds will change again. This is Selkirk Echo and Selkirk Stable at Belfast, and they do it all. The owners of this group, they've had so many great thrills over the years. Peter, as you know, one of your favorite horses.
Big time.
Ronnie Matheson's the trainer. Jill Sperrio will do the driving here tonight, and they're coming into it only 4 away from 20 lifetime victories, and usually coming off the pace. Could set up nicely for him tonight. Yeah,
he can really storm home, and those guys in the Selkirk stable, they're just great guys. They're here every week watching the horse race. He was a winner 2 back at the 701s there for Jill, 59-4. Last time out he was 4th at the 1501s, and I just like his chances here tonight to maybe round out the try. He's going to be tucked in and covered up for a long way, and he can really kick home, like you say, 28-4 and 28 the last couple of starts. So yeah, Selkirk Echo for third here tonight, 6-1.
Well, you're going to see there's a look at the pool totals. Lots of action early here. You'll see the countdown clock going into play here. And who's going to take home that beautiful cooler tonight? The Happy Retirement Tempo Sealster. As my friend used to say, it's Saturday night. Look out. Lots of action in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Holy, it's so early on a Saturday night. Here's the opener. First of a dozen on a beauty Saturday night here at the driving park. Selkirk Echo, Tradition, Cataparca, Doc Darrell, Fern Hill Dynamics, Century Invictus, Weimar Jimbo. Post time. Up and pacing, leaving out Fern Hill Dynamic, Cataparca along the rail, Selkirk Echo farther out, Century Invictus 4th. To get away 5th up the rail, Tradition, then 6th is Doc Darrell, and on the outside the trailer, Weimar Jimbo, 3 wide all around the turn as they move to the backstretch. Cataparca from the outside will take over the lead for Adam Murner. Second is Selkirk Echo, racing from 3rd. That is Fern Hill Dynamic. 4th and now on the inside is Century Invictus. That is Tradition 5th. Racing 6th, Doc Darrell trailing the field 7th. Weimar Jimbo 28 and 4 was the quarter mile as they arrive at the 3/8 pole, and on the point it's Cataparca now the fraction setter. In the 2-hole, that is Selkirk Echo. Racing from third, Fernhill Dynamic. In mid-pack fourth, that's Century Invictus. Now in fifth is Tradition, followed then by Doc Darrell 6 and Reimer Jimbo 7th, halfway home in the opener. Led by Cataparca in 58 and 2. Tracking along second is Selkirk Echo. Going wide third, Fernhill Dynamic takes out. Fourth on the outside is Century Invictus. At the rail, fifth, Tradition. Then Doc Darrell has 6, trailing the field. Reimer Jimbo, 3/4 up next. Cataparca on the rail, the leader. To his outside, Fernhill Dynamic, the challenger. Third along the inside, that is Selkirk Echo. Century Invictus is their fourth. 3/4 tripped in 1. 27 and 2. They're turning for home. Cataparca's out in front. Selkirk Echo along the rail. Coming up on the outside, Century Invictus deep in the stretch. Cataparca, Century Invictus, and the Blue Knight U's opening it up on a Saturday night. Second, Cataparca. Tradition third. 1:56.3.
All right, well, here's a look at the slow-mo for you in the Happy Retirement Tempo Sealster pace here tonight. And we talked about the 6, Peter, in the opener, sent off at 3 to 5 odds. Hughes with that second over trip here tonight and gets it done through the stretch.
Sure did. The Blue Knight is a winner here with Century Invictus. We'll take you through it. The 1, the 3, and the 5. They all won at the front end. Eventually, Cataparca got there 28 and 4, 58 and 2. Fernhill Dynamic first up. Century Invictus tracks 127 and 2. Still not decided. Jason swings off cover late with Century Invictus and reaches up to nab Cataparca right on the wire here tonight. 1:56 and 3. Great drive of the Blue Knight. He wins it in race number 1. Second to Cataparca. Third to Tradition. We'll see Century Invictus, Jason Hughes, and the ownership of Tempo Sealster in the winner's circle next.
This race replay is brought.
Century Invictus going to the first race winner's circle by pacing gelding 4, the son of Better's Delight from the McCardle Dam Strike Accord, owned by John Collings of Brudenell and Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart. Horse bred by Century Spring Farms of Gorey, Ontario. He's trained and driven to victory by the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. The time of the mile, 1:56 and 3. And down at trackside for the Happy Retirement Tempo Sealster cooler presentation. The owners of Tempo Sealster are Gary Polton and Dewar Burhall. Tempo Sealster's last victory came on Gold Cup and Saucer Day of last year. He had quite a career, the 40-time winner of over $118,000 and a fan favorite here in Charlottetown. So we wish a happy retirement to Tempo Sealster with that trackside presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the first race. Selkirk Echo 4th. Tradition 3rd. Cataparca was 2nd. Doc Darrell 6th. Fernhill Dynamic was 7th. Century Invictus, the race winner. Reimer Jimbo was 5th. The fractions were 28-4, 58-2, 127-2, mile and 156-3. In review, 432, 6715. Century Invictus paid $340 to win. The exactor $690, triactor $2420, superfecta was $820.
Okay, so we have race number 1 out of the way, and we have race number 2 in the paddock, and we'll be getting introduced to the horses here in just a minute. Nice trackside presentation there for the opener here tonight. And
what a beautiful cooler.
It was a beautiful cooler.
Love that orange and the white.
Yeah, All-Star Cresting, of course, does a majority of our coolers, and Tara ordered that a little earlier, and we had it here today, and a couple of nice plaques. And I was joking with Jason there. It didn't have to. The cooler didn't have to go too far down the
that's right,
down the barnyard.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It was nice. Race Day Live continues. Official Race Day broadcast network, and our broadcast features exciting action, camera angles in HD, commentary, special features, Advance Cam, the slow motion replays, and watch for some upcoming events. Hillside Chevrolet Drive for Home Series, the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders, and the Cecil Ladner Memorial Invitational presented by Ladner's Horse for Sports, all coming up for you. See the horses rolling out of the paddock here, and you got your picks coming up, and you're ready to go for post-time picks. You're off with a winner.
Yeah, starting off well. We hope to keep it rolling here tonight. I do like the 4 in here, Woodmere Knight. I'm going to put the 3 in the ticket as well, and the 5. So I'm going off the favorite here and heading towards the 4, Woodmere Knight. And here as we see the horses on the track for post parade next.
On the second race post parade, number 1, Windermere Kirk is owned and trained by Paul Doyle of Charlottetown, driven by Kenny Arsenault. Magical Lucas, number 2, is owned by Barry Martin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson drives. Money on the Beach, number 3. The owners are Guy Turbide, Raymond Primo, Robert Poirier, and Stefan Boudreau, trained by Ron Matheson. Tonight, Jason Hughes. Woodmere Knight number 4, owned by Colin Johnson, Matt and David Burke, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Colin Johnson, Mark Campbell driving. 5 is Hyperventilate, owned by Nick Wave Farms of St. David's, Newfoundland. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. 6 is Woodmere Skyline, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 5 minutes wagering time on the second race. Stand by for an update on the top trainers for 2023.
Okay, so the horse is on track for race number 2 tonight, and as we said, we would run through the top trainers, and here they are. Colin Johnson moves into the top spot here with 14 wins, and this has always been a really tight leaderboard throughout the entire season, because not only do we have a great driving colony here, we have a great training colony here, Pete, and boy, Colin leads the way, but it's tight.
Yeah, very tight. Like you said, very, very competitive. Colin's horses have been good to start the meet, and he's the leader right now in Charlottetown. 14 wins. Colin Johnson on top. Mark Campbell right there second with 10. Jennifer Doyle, she's been hot of late, 9 wins. Ronnie Matheson, he's there with 5. And Melissa Rennie, she's tied for 4th with Ronnie, 5 wins as well. So, yeah, off to a great start. Colin Johnson, we'll see what he can do in the next few weeks, but he's the leader in Charlottetown right now.
So back on the track we go here, and this is the 4, Woodmere Knight. And speaking of Colin Johnson, he's got a chance to keep moving on that leaderboard here tonight as he teams up with Mark Campbell in here, and along with Matt and David Burke, Don McNeil Jr., and really like their chances in here. As a matter of fact, when I was going through the homework on the card, I think Campbell's in for another big night tonight. He's got a lot of live drives, and I think he's going to kick it off here in this race. Woodmere Knight coming in, fastest charter line on the page in this group, Pete, and odds are good that he gets that first win tonight.
Yeah, that's what caught my eye, Lee, when looking at the card, was the charted line last time out in that non-winners of 1, where he left from 2. He was put on the point early by Kenny Murphy and raced pretty well. That horse that won it now showing is an excellent horse, and Woodmere Knight was second to him last time, 57-3, and the kicker was 28-3 on the end of it. So, yes, a very good start there in the non-winners of 1. Prior to that was the qualifier on May the 6th, second by a head, 2-2-1, closed out 29-2. But coming off that one, we like him to win here tonight and go one better for Mark Campbell. Woodmere Knight right now at 4-5. And here's the next door neighbor. It's Money on the Beach tonight for Geeter Bide, Raymond Primo, Robert Poirier, Stéphane Boudreau. They all share the ownership. Ronnie Matheson trains. It's going to be Jason Hughes, the qualifier on May the 6th. A coast-to-coast win in the qualifier, 2 minutes 4/5, 28-3 on the end of it. And then came out to race. Last time out, non-winners of 1, left 5. Had the first over move, ended up 5th on the edges, 2-1-2, 29-4 on the end of it. You can see 2 starts last year and did have a couple of third-place finishes. So we like the chances tonight of Money on the Beach moving over to post 3. Jason Hughes won the first one, and he's got Money on the Beach in here at 5-1.
So a power pack field here in race number 2, and as we roll along with the 5, this is Hyperventilate, and watch this guy qualify. 3 qualifying starts in here for Nick Way Farms, St. David's, Newfoundland, and Gilles Barrios, the trainer and driver, and just like his neighbor next to him on the gate tonight, first lifetime start for Nick Way Farms, St. David's, Newfoundland. St. David's is located, Peter, on the southwest coast of Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence at St. George's Bay. It might be a little gathering there tonight with race day.
I would say they're watching there and seeing how Hyperventilate's going to do. And you can see the qualifiers, Lee. The thing that caught my eye about this is he's getting quicker every time out. So the qualifier on the 29th, 6-2-4-1. Comes back on the 6th of May, off the rail, 5th, 2-3-4, closed out, 30-1. And then last time out on May 11th, left 2, he tracked most of the way, ended up 5th. but 2, 1, and 2 closed out 30 and 3. So that's a good sign. He's getting quicker every time out, and he's into race here tonight. He's got a great driver and a great trainer in Gilles Barriot tonight. So I'm going to round it out with Hyperventilate, 14-1.
Yeah, I should mention, too, Hall of Famer. He's going back into the Hall of Fame. That's his second nod for the Hall of Fame in New Brunswick. And I believe, now I don't have the actual date in front of me, but I believe it's coming up in June.
It's in June, yeah. It is. Congrats to Jill. Well deserved.
Maybe another road trip?
I think so.
So broadcasting from our world headquarters tonight, Redshores.ca. In-house channel, you'll find us on Channel 2. And FM 98.5 in around the city area. Nice to have you tuned in tonight. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for race number 2. Back upstairs to the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Windermere Kirk, Magical Lucas, Money on the Beach, Woodmere Night, Hyperventilate, Woodmere Skyline, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Hyperventilate leaving from the outside. Magical Lucas on the rail. In between horses comes Money on the Beach and Woodmere Night as they round the turn. Then to get away fifth is Woodmere Skyline, the early trailer. That'll be Windermere Kirk. They arrive at the 8th pole. Money on the Beach and the Blue Knight use on an early lead. It's going to be short-lived. Here's Campbell and a Woodmere Night set to take over. Money on the Beach now second. Magical Lucas third. Hyperventilate got away fourth. Woodmere Skyline is fifth, trailing the field. Windermere Kirk is sixth. On past that opening station, 29 and 1 was the quarter. 2-length advantage for Woodmere Night on the lead. Money on the Beach is second, with them third. That's Magical Lucas. Gapped out in fourth is Hyperventilate. Then racing fifth as they come through the stretch is Woodmere Skyline. Trailing sixth is Windermere Kirk. They're halfway home in a second, and it's Woodmere Night, the midway point leader. Tracking in the 2-hole, that is Money on the Beach. Racing third into the turn, Magical Lucas. 59 seconds flat for half a mile. Hyperventilate is fourth. Then fifth is Woodmere Skyline. Trailing sixth, Windermere Kirk up the backstretch for the final time. They go to 3/4, led by Woodmere Night. Money on the Beach is right there second. Third up the rail is Magical Lucas. On to take over fourth is Woodmere Skyline. Hyperventilate back to fifth. Now the trailer is a Windermere Kirk. 3/4 in the books in 1:29 and 3 approaching the 7/8. Woodmere Night the leader. Now to the outside, Money on the Beach set up for the stretch drive, and they're homeward bound. Woodmere Night at the rail. Money on the Beach in the center of the track. Might have them collared late. It's Money on the Beach. Here's the Blue Knight used daily double. Second is Woodmere Night. Woodmere Skyline is third. 1:58.2.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 2 tonight, and the Blue Knight Daily Double, Money on the Beach. Love that name. A 3-year-old colt by Sunshine Beach here. Sent off at 7-2 odds. It just looks pretty relaxed coming through the stretch here to get her done for that first lifetime win. Never forget your first, Pete.
Absolutely, Jason, rolling along here early tonight. Mark wanted the lead. That's Mark Campbell with Woodmere Knight. He gets to 29 and one, bossing at 59. Jason sitting in the 2-hole, money on the beach, watching it all unfold up front. 129 and 3, and he angles out late and he takes a shot at the 4 and is going to rock and roll on by here and get the job done. 158 and 2 for money on the beach. Woodmere Knight is second. Woodmere Skyline is third. The Blue Knight with an early double at Redshores.
Money on the beach arriving at the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 3 years. The son of Sunshine Beach is off the Sportsmaster Dam. Fox Valley Glitz. Owned by Guy Trevide, Raymond Fremo, Robert Poirier, and Stefan Boudreau. Colt bred by St. Lands Farm of Ruscombe Station, Ontario. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, gets the early daily double. The mile 158 and 2. That's a maiden record. Money on the beach puts the money in the bank tonight at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Atlantic record holder Malignity. Undefeated Atlantic trotting champion Irish Ray. Woodbine Free-for-All winner Salzburg Victor. What do they all have in common? They're all sired by Windermere Farms stallions. Add in the second season of Champion Pacer Somewhere Fancy, and this breeding season, the choice is simple.
Here's the official results from the second race. Windermere Kirk 5th, Magical Lucas 4th. Money on the beach, the race winner. Woodmere Knight was 2nd. Hyperventilate finished 6th. Woodmere Skyline 3rd. Fractions went 29 and 1. 59, 129 and 3, and the mile went 158 and 2. In review, it's 541, 263. Money on the beach paid $9.20. The exactor $14.90, triactor $77, superfecta was $14.30, and the Blue Knight Daily Double valued at $19.90.
So Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown tonight, and we're going to tell you about the new player portal. It is underway now, and we're getting a lot of comments about it. And if you're a player, everything you need is right there at the player portal, Pete. And, one location, race programs, top picks, additional chart lines. You need it. You have it. Even it's in real time from Stanford, Canada, the top drivers and trainers, which when you're getting ready to do your picks and getting ready to play the horses at Redshores, this is the page for you. Yeah,
so convenient there. You get the live video feed. You have your picks to the right-hand side where you can click, get the full program, the post-time picks, the backstretch beat. You can pick those up there as well. You can see some headshots of our drivers and trainers, and you can see all the video features as well from the Gold Cup and Saucer, the Governor's Plate, and 60 Seconds or Less. We'll have Gordy Hennessy a little later tonight.
Yeah, race 8 is coming up, so have a listen to that. And they're coming out of the paddock here. There's a look at the paddock cam once again. And the picks right now, Peter's working on a 2-6-4. Bit of a theme there, Pete. 2-6-4.
Yeah, you're there in the middle, 2-6-1.
2-6-1.
And classifier, he's always sharp, 6-2-1.
Mm-hmm.
Good Eye Hawkeye leads the third race on Post Parade, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle is the trainer. Jason Hughes drives. Popularity 2 is owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Mark Campbell. 3 Jetsters, owned by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Stanley Harper. Dale Spence drives. 4 is Rockin' Novel, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds, David Dowling. 5 Red, White, and Boots, owned by Philip Gregory and Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. Better Than Butter 6, owned by Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Colin Shepherd's in the sulky. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 3. Back to Lee Drake and Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desk, and some special photos to share from school projects on harness racing.
Well, it's always special when you get a call. I had a call actually from Colin Shepherd, who's actually driving in this race here, but talked about some of the school projects that were out and on the go, and it's not the first time we would get calls on harness racing projects. Now, we didn't get any calls on these 2 projects here, and we wanted to show what the students were doing, and what a great job they did. So we have 2 of them here, and we're going to start off.
Well, we know this girl. We see her in the winner's circle a lot. Her
Yeah.
name is Mila Campbell, and she's in grade 5 at West Royalty Elementary, the daughter of Brent and Amber Campbell. So Mila did her project, as you can see on harness racing there. She loves harness racing. We see her out there all the time in the winner's circle. So Mila, congratulations to you, and we love having you around the harness racing game.
Yeah, and some great details there. And then we have Cohen McCollum, who's done a great job on this project here, grade 5, Parkdale Elementary.
Yep.
And as you can see there, now if you get a closer look at this, which you and I were looking at it earlier in the week,
Yeah.
he's got not only he's got the track set up there, he's got the horses behind the gate, he's
Yeah.
got the drag out there in the track as well.
Yeah.
Some really great photos and write-ups. So great work by those students, and we wanted to showcase it a bit tonight.
Yeah, and Cohen has the Kenny Murphy driving colors on there, Lee. I've seen him out there with Kenny in the winner's circle, so he's a budding trainer and driver, and great to have the young people a part of the game.
And take so much time to put so much effort into the harness racing file here, which goes back so many generations. So well done, kids, and thanks, and nice for us to focus it tonight and highlight it on Race Day. So back out on the track we go here in race number 3 on this Saturday night in Charlottetown. Exacta 20-cent superfecta triactor wagering. You can always tag your ticket with the wild horses here on track. Those jackpots are $25. And by the way, they'll kick off in Summerside on Monday, Victoria Day, as we get things rolling for their season there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But the only change in this race is the 3. Jetster adds a choke plate to the equipment card here tonight. And there's a look at the 2. This is Popularity. Mark Campbell driving for Lenny Myers tonight, and Matthew and Liam Myers share the ownership in Stratford. 2 starts in the spring meet and looks for a better result tonight as he draws inside on a bit of a drop.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's the key angle here, Lee. He's dropping down here tonight. 16:01s, he was 8 there, 2-1 and 1, and then 15:01s again. He was saddled with the outside post, left 6, finished 6, 58 and 1, but a closer of 28 and 3. And to me, if you look at last year's stats, 7 wins from 35 starts, 155 and 3. He certainly has the speed to compete in here. He's dropping down, moves inside, and gets Mark Campbell. And shout out to Tara, who's watching tonight as well. Lee, we got to say hi to her. This is her horse as well, Popularity.
Yeah, there'll be a family affair here. Everybody will be cheering on as well, and the bettors are all over at 4-5 on the board right now and draws inside. And we should also point out that, and it's interesting, we were talking about this with the player portal a little earlier, because we have the stats on there from post positions, which I've done some homework on, and we'll talk a little bit about that a little later. But on a half-mile racetrack, now this is a smaller compact field, so 6 horses, but when you draw outside on a half-mile racetrack, it is significant, because when you hear us talking about the outside post horses or the inside post horses, yes, there is an advantage in a half-mile racetrack, and you got to take that into account when you're doing your homework.
For sure, and the inside horses, they tend to get the inside trip. The outside horses certainly can win, but they need more of a trip, and certainly the drivers can provide that. But yes, good information if you're playing the half-mile track here in Charlottetown.
Well, a shout out to our listeners and viewers in Inverness, Nova Scotia tonight. Walter Deagle tuned in, owner of Better Than Butter here, and this 5-year-old. And Morgan Shepherd is the trainer. Dad Colin doing the driving here tonight. They got to work it from post 6 at 9-2, so the bettors are over. This guy is not worried about that 6-hole. Finished 6, charted in 56 and 4, so that's the fastest on the page since we returned to action this spring. Colin and I were chatting about the school projects, as I said a little earlier, showcased them there tonight. So he's in action here. Got to work it from post 6. Our classifier's choice has him on top.
Yeah, again, another dropper here, and I'm kind of going with the class droppers in here. This horse was at the 21-21 level. 2 starts back there up against Premier Joy, Blue Monk, and Mantaria. Was 7th there, charted 57 and 2. And then last week he went to the 17:01s, but again had to race from post 6, was 6th, 56 and 4. Like you mentioned, closed out 30 and 1. Again, I like his stats from last year. He had 7 wins from 25 starts, 56 and 2 in Inverness, and he raced well in Inverness. If you go down the lines there, you can see in October of last year he was a winner at Inverness in 58 and 1, and at Northside he was 2nd there, 57 and 4 for Zach Mullen. So this is a nice horse. Moves over to PEI. Colin Shepherd to drive at 9-2.
So race number 3 on track here tonight. Rockin' Novel. That's what we're going to pick up next. 4-horse here. Coming in at good odds, 12-1. If you're looking for a value price, this might be the ticket here. And Reynolds Racing at Murray River. Boy, if you're visiting Prince Edward Island, yep, you have to stop in Murray River.
Oh,
it is
beautiful.
An absolute beautiful place on Prince Edward Island. I love visiting there and going there. And so Murray River PEI, put it on your bucket list if you want to do that. So Roy's the trainer as well. David Dowling will do the driving here tonight. Just get ready to go. 17 for 36 in top 3s last year. Dowling has only driven this guy twice before, so gets reunited with him tonight.
Yeah, dropping down here again. I'm on the angle of dropping down. 17:01s. He was 8th, 58 and 4. But again, last year, like Lee said, he had the 5 wins, and he's down to the 12:51s here. So I'm going to take a swing on him to finish 3rd. Rockin' Novel, 10-1.
I saw David actually earlier today when I was in Summerside. We were doing some sound checks there and some computer upgrades with Phil McClellan. So nice to see him. And speaking of Summerside, on the opening day, guests who purchase pari-mutuel tickets can use those non-winning tickets for a chance to win some great prizes. The first 100 come in, you get a BOGO. We've got cupcakes and giveaways for you throughout the day as well. And those boom shirts.
Oh, popular.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Robin Hood won 1 lead. He's very excited to have it. Robin, shout out to you. I know you're watching tonight. And he was the winner earlier of the boom shirt. So
you'll be able to get in on those. We have wagering vouchers, food vouchers, boom shirts, and hat combo all in Summerside on Monday at 1. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it is Charlottetown race action. And here with the call is Vance Cameron.
Good Eye Hawkeye, Popularity, Jetster, Rockin' Novel, Red, White, and Boots, Better Than Butter. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and facing Jetster leaving out. Good Eye Hawkeye. Between them is Popularity and Better Than Butter way wide into the turn towards the rail. Rockin' Novel, then the trailer. Red, White, and Boots. 3 high all around the turn here. Up the backstretch they go. Between horses, the leader. Popularity in at the rail. Good Eye Hawkeye taking them on. We got a Saturday night brouhaha going on up front. Wow! And the leader up the quarter. Popularity had to pay a price for Campbell. 28-4 opened it up. Second is Good Eye Hawkeye. Jetster third. Better Than Butter fourth. Then fifth is Rockin' Novel, trailing the field. Her Red, White, and Boots down the stretch for time one. The half comes next. Popularity leading them there. Good Eye Hawkeye is second. Jetster third. Better Than Butter is tipped out of fourth. They're looking for a breather here in the second. Fifth is Rockin' Novel, and the trailer is a Red, White, and Boots. 59-2 was the half. Midway into the paddock turn, approaching 5/8, the leader Popularity. From the outside, Better Than Butter is now second. Good Eye Hawkeye's in the pocket third. Jetster fourth. Fifth on the outside, that is Red, White, and Boots. Now the trailer, Rockin' Novel. 3/4 next. Popularity still there at the rail. Better Than Butter on the outside, the challenger. Good Eye Hawkeye in the pocket. Looms some danger third. 3/4 and 1. 29-1. They're headed on home now. Popularity trying to close it out. Good Eye Hawkeye into the passing lane. Better Than Butter. Deep stretch now. Popularity. Good Eye Hawkeye. Welcome to the Blue Night Show on a Saturday here at Charlottetown. He's 3 for 3. Good Eye Hawkeye home in 1. 58-1.
Okay, so the Universal Media slow-mo for you in Charlottetown. This is race number 3, and they're coming through the stretch here. And Good Eye Hawkeye, there was a bit of a brouhaha going on a Saturday night here, but Jason was able to get into the pocket there, and that was key in this race. Gets up in the stretch.
You know what, Lee? It was the winning move. He carried Popularity over to that opening split of 28-4, and it made the difference in the end. 59-2, still Popularity. Good Eye Hawkeye was in the 2-hole. 3/4, 129-1. The 6 went first, and they decided down the stretch as Jason skims the cones late and gets there with Good Eye Hawkeye to nail Popularity on the wire. 158 and change. The Blue Knight with a natural hat trick at Red Shores.
It's the Jason Hughes Show early on a Saturday night here at the driving park. 3 trips behind the gate, 3 trips to the winner's circle. This time it's Good Eye Hawkeye taking them there in the third. Bay pacing gelding, he's 8 by, what do you say? Off the Dragon again, Dam. Dragon Alley out of bed. Owned by Carl Wilkie of Sherwood, Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. The horse bred by Lorraine Ray of St. Claude, Manitoba. Trained by Kyle Wilkie, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has that natural hat trick. The mile 158-1. Good Eye Hawkeye triples up the Blue Knight in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the Top of the Park restaurant. Buffets are back at this award-winning venue with exceptional food and guest experience. Reservations required. Go to Redshores.ca for menus and events at the Top of the Park.
Now the official results from the third. Good Eye Hawkeye, the winner. Poplar Artie was second. Jetster finished fourth. Rockin' Novel sixth. Red, White, and Boots was fifth. Better Than Butter finished third. Fractions of 28-4. 59-2. 129-1. And the mile 158-1. In review, 124. 653. Good Eye Hawkeye, $13.90 to win. Exactor $29, Triactor $70.10, Superfecta was $20.47.
Okay, back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown tonight, and we're going to swing to Summerside now. As we open things up on Monday, Victoria Day, I always look forward to the opening day in Summerside. Great season there, and the countdown really to the Governor's Plate, brought to you by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And Pete, starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and some great action there. And there is this cool prize package for the Governor's Plate. It's going to start on the 28th to the July 1st, and it is a smoking package. Non-winning tickets, it's a second chance draw. You have a chance to win the Micro Inn and Suites, Summerside, 2 rooms. That's a new hotel there.
Yes, right beside Credit Union Place.
Beautiful place.
Yep.
You have a table of 4 in West End Bar and Grill on Governor's Plate night. There is an in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and not finished yet. We have $40 in wagering vouchers and $500 cash. How about that for a package?
That is an awesome opening day, and I know you got lots of other treats when you arrive there in person on Monday. Rocky Sherman will be with you on the broadcast. And Lee, there are some new cameras and equipment in Summerside. The racing is going to look great on Monday.
So as the horses get ready to come out of the paddock here again, post-time picks, 1, 4, and 5. I like 1, 5, 4, and classifier's choice 1, 4, and 6.
Tonight's fourth race on Post Parade, Bacon on a Biscuit 1, home of the MCR Bacon on a Biscuit group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacey Dara. Mark Campbell driving. Proud of You Today, number 2, is owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith training and driving. Connor's Magic, number 3, home of the Captain Morgan stable of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson drives. Bound to Pan Out wears 4, owned by A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson. Jason Hughes drives. 5 is J.J. Landon, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, for trainer-driver Jill Barrio. No Fool McKinley, 6, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Alfred Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer. Kenny Arsenault driving. 5 minutes wagering time on the fourth race. Opening day, Redshores Summerside. This Victoria Day, Monday at 1 o'clock. Second chance draws, buy one, get one for the first 100 customers, and cashback promotion with HPIBet.com. Play Summerside Monday.
Well, we talked about this a little earlier, and this is the Drive for Home series, which is coming up by Hillside Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac. Watch for it in the month of June. Randomly selected race dates, added purses, money, and we have trophy presentations, Peter, hookup fees to race the 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th finishers. More information to come. On the 2023 Chevrolet Colorado ZR2, you would look sharp in that.
I think I would.
2023 GMC Sierra 1500 AT4.
Nice.
I would look sharp in that. Or the Chevrolet Silverado 1500 RST.
In the Colorado here, Lee, if you're watching on screen on the left, that blue one, that really pops off there. I think you and I could take a road trip in that one.
Yeah, that looks really sharp. And while we're at it tonight, the grandstand is over to your left there. It's a full house there, and there's a full house tonight in the top of the park. So some folks going to get some waving. There were some high fives in that win in the last race, right from that table there.
Yes, because Jason was sneaking up the rail at $13.
Yeah, money on the beach.
Yeah.
Money on the beach, money in the pocket. Full house here tonight. The food and beverage team at Redshores in the top of the park doing a great job. Of course, down in Turfs as well. And Reds. So.
And I got to say, Lee, I was here Thursday night at my wife's birthday, Val, and we had the buffet here with my 2 daughters. I got to say, kudos to the food and beverage team. It was delicious, and Lee, people are very excited buffets are back.
Yeah, it's really something else, and you can start with the seafood chowder, and you can make multiple trips to the dessert table.
Which we did.
Okay.
It was terrific.
Here's a look at Bacon on a Biscuit now. Comes off the rail here tonight for Mark Campbell and for Stacey Dara, the trainer, and MCR Bacon on a Biscuit group at Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. It made 24,000 last year. It was rolling in the last start. Definitely the one to knock off in here, I think, with that mile 57 and 4.
I would agree with you. And again, this guy's had a pretty nice start to his career. He just can't quite find the winner's circle. Last year, you can see he was 8 for 10 in top threes. He had 3 second-place finishes, 5 thirds, up over 24,000 in earnings, but just couldn't quite find the winner's circle. And then this year, you can see he had the qualifier on May the 6th. He was second there in the qualifier, stormed home in 28 and 2, and he came out to race last week. That non-winners of one, his first start of his 3-year-old campaign. He was third to now showing on Woodmere Night, 57 and 4, and a snappy 28 and 3 kicker on the end of it. So yeah, I like him on the rail here tonight. Mark Campbell to do the driving. He's the top driver here in Charlottetown. I think Mark gets the job done on Bacon on a Biscuit, even money.
Well, you're seeing all these fractional ownerships now in these stable groups, which I really quite enjoy. And here's another one here. This is Bound to Pan Out. And Jason Hughes, who, of course, has won the first 3 from the Ron Matheson stable here tonight, and A Matter of Time stable at Charlottetown. So teaming up here for this 3-year-old by Peng Shui. And coming in next, raised by Wade Baconi of Stanchel, a good friend of ours.
Yep.
Barrio committed to his own trainee, so Matheson enlisted Hughes to handle this guy tonight. And the way Hughes has been going, you never know. Maybe a grand slam.
I think it could be a natural grand slam for Jason here. Man to pound out the qualifier on the 6th here. 3rd for Jason, 2-3-1, close 29 and 2. And then last time out, 9 winners of 1 left from 5. Was at the back early, did rally a bit late to finish 4th, 58 and 2, but he did close home in 28 and 3. If you look at last year's stats, he did have that 1 second place finish and 1 third place finish. So he has the speed to compete in here. And like you said, Jason is on an absolute roll here tonight. He's won the first 3. He is looking for 4 here in race number 4.
Well, the most famous sound in harness racing, the bugle.
Called the post.
We're getting ready to go here. J.J. Landon on your screen right now. This is the 5, raised by Jamie McKinley and Windermere Farms. Jules Barrio training and driving tonight for David Lunn at Moncton, New Brunswick. Nice to have you folks tuned in today. Picked up some decent checks and stakes action last year. Debuts tonight from Post 5. So far this season, Post 5 has 19 winners from 94 starters from Standardbird Canada tracking. And that's a 20.2% win percentage. Good for second in post position. So the rail leads the way with winners at 21.
Yeah, again, I think J.J. Landon has the speed to compete in here, because if you go back to those starts you referenced a little bit earlier there, you can see Joe Bryan Grassroots last fall here was second, 59 and 3 to Redland Sampson. And then Atlantic Breeders' Crown Grassroots there, October the 8th, left from 2, was put on the point by Barrio. A good second there, 59 and 3. So yeah, this horse does have the speed to compete in here. Comes off a qualifier 4th and 2-1 and 2, and out to start here in the 3-year-old campaign. So I like this horse to be part of it. Price is right. Barrio to drive at 5-1.
Traditionally in Charlottetown, it's the 4, post position 4 and 1 that usually are the ones that lead the way throughout the season. So it's interesting that the 5 hole has sent out that many winners this early on the season.
Yeah, so. It's a good betting trend. Again, if you want to see some stats, head to the player portal. We get all the stats there, courtesy of Standardbird Canada.
Good price right now at 5-1. Well, Scotty McKendrick's at the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Jeff McDonald's the starter. He has in control. And Vance Cameron is going to call all the action in race 4 from Charlottetown.
Bacon on a biscuit. Proud of you today. Connor's Magic. Bound to pan out. J.J. Landon. No Fool McKinley. 4th race. Post time. Often pacing, proud of you today. Bacon on a biscuit. Joining them from the outside is Bound to Pan Out 3rd. Racing 4th into the turn is Connor's Magic. To get away 5th, J.J. Landon trailing the field. No Fool McKinley. Up the backstretch, it's Bacon on a Biscuit with Campbell early. From the outside, the hot Blue Knight Jason Hughes comes on to take over the lead. Aboard, Bound to Pan Out takes over. Bacon on a Biscuit is second, racing 3rd. Proud of you today. Then 4th is Connor's Magic. Into the turn, J.J. Landon 5th, trailing the field. No Fool McKinley, 29 and 2 was the quarter mile. At the 3/8 pole, the leader, Bound to Pan Out. Bacon on a Biscuit goes second, out of the turn for 3rd. Proud of you today, racing from 4th. That's Connor's Magic. 5th is J.J. Landon, and trailing the field, No Fool McKinley. Halfway home in tonight's 4th race, the leader, Bound to Pan Out in 60 seconds flat. Tracking in the 2-hole is Bacon on a Biscuit. Proud of You Today has third. Connor's Magic going wide fourth. Fifth is J.J. Landon trailing. No Fool McKinley. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4. Bound to Pan Out. Bacon on a Biscuit right alongside him now. And they're bridle to bridle. Toe to toe in here at 3/4. Bound to Pan Out at the rail is the leader. Bacon on a Biscuit is the challenger. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. Down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Bound to Pan Out at the rail. Bacon on a Biscuit on the outside. Third is Proud of You Today. Deep stretch now in an all-out war to the finish. Bacon on a Biscuit will get Mark Campbell home. Second is Bound to Pan Out. Proud of You Today. Third, 1:58.2.
Well, we'll get a shot of the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 4 here tonight. And the ownership team and the trainer, Stacy and Campbell, I mean, Bacon on a Biscuit, they got to be happy how this horse raced tonight. Coming off there, popped the pocket in 3/4 and really came back on. What a gritty performance here tonight. Sent off at 1-4 and delivers.
Yeah, sure. It was Hughes and Campbell again going to battle right down to the wire here. Bacon on a Biscuit, Bound to Pan Out. And Hughes cut at 29-2. 1 minute mark is tucked in the 2-hole, 3/4. Mark moves early with the 2-hole pop, 1:30-2. And around the turn and down the stretch they come. They're going to duke it out down the stretch. 4 on the inside, Bound to Pan Out. Hughes looking for 4 in a row. Mark on the outside. That's Campbell storming late on the outside and going to reach up at the very end with Bacon on a Biscuit to get there and win 1:58.2, nipping Jason Hughes here, who was looking for 4 wins in a row here tonight. Bacon on a Biscuit and Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Bacon on a Biscuit to the 4th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Tobago Cays off the Mach 3 Dam Ovation, Colleen. Home of the MCR Bacon on a Biscuit group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia. Colt bred by Jamie McKinley. He's trained by Stacy Darren, driven to victory by Mark Campbell, pacing to a maiden record of 1:58.2. Bacon on a Biscuit delivers in the 4th.
This race replay is brought to you by Park After Dark Events. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch for announcements on comedy nights, concerts, and more with Park After Dark Events at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the 4th race. Bacon on a Biscuit, the winner. Proud of You Today, 3rd. Connor's Magic, 6th. Bound to Pan Out, 2nd. J.J. Landon, 4th. No Fool McKinley, 5th. They went 29-2, 1 minute. 1:30-2, and the mile 1:58.2. In review, 1:36.245. Bacon on a Biscuit, 250 to win. Exactor 550, Triactor 3090. Superfecta was 1111.
All right, well, the Super High Five is coming up next here on race day, and we'll be tuning in with Vance Cam from the booth here at the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park, high above. We'll be able to get into that in a few minutes where there are tickets here. I don't think, have you nailed the high five?
I have not. And Kurt Hughes on Thursday night, Lee, he had it twice last year. Yeah. He had the first four Thursday night.
Right.
And his other horse finished not fifth, but very close. So Kurt was knocking on the door again this year.
And Rocky hasn't, I don't think.
Well, I don't think so. I think Kurt's that only member.
Yeah, I think so. So I'm only joking, but it's early in the season.
Well, we're going to try to do it.
We are. So you know what's coming up next? We're going to tease this for you because we're going to announce it hopefully in another week maybe. It's going to be the Red Shores presents All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Now listen to this. We have, throughout the month of June on Saturdays, we're going to have a handicapping challenge. We have Don Lupel.
Yep.
We have Robert Reed Jr.
We do.
Garnet Barnsdale.
We do. 3 excellent handicappers.
That's right. And they're going to give a shot here. We may have a fourth. We're just working out the details on that. But every night, every Saturday night in June, watch for it. And it's the first of many All-Star challenges that's going to happen here with Red Shores.
I'm looking forward to it, Lee. They have a big following on social media as well, so they'll be tracking along Red Shores, and we'll be following their picks for the night as well. Each of them will be featured on a Saturday night. Well, they'll have a video with their super high fives and that. So again, Lee, looking forward to it. It'll happen in the month of June.
We should give a shout out to Dean McNevin, who was the grand prize champion in our Players Sweepstakes just recently wrapped up as well. So talk about great handicappers. That's not the first time he's won a major competition. So
that's right.
Well done. And watch for something new for fans coming in June. So we're back in with the picks here, and we've got some options for you.
Yeah.
Post-time picks with you, Peter?
Yeah, I'm heading towards the 5 here. Check your sources. Adam Myrna this week. I'm going to put the 7 and 8 for third. And classifiers at 8, 4, 5. You're in the middle there at 7.
Yeah, I'm leaning on IC True Grit in here. I don't like to be the same. As you know, I like to change things up. So 7, 5, and 8. Horses are coming out of the Butch Ward paddock now.
The fifth race featuring the Super High Five on Post for 8. Shifting Views 1, owned and trained by Paul Conway of Bonshaw, Corey McPherson driving. Mayhem Man 2 is owned by Mary Jean and Jessica Noy of Clyde River, trained by Jay Noy, Norris Rogers. Three is E-Gamer, owned by Garth and Haley Cole of Kensington, trained by Garth Cole, Kenny Murphy of. Windsong Quincy 4, the owners are Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Miles Heffernan driving. Check Your Source number 5, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner catch drives. What a Way to Go 6, owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale. David Dowling trains and drives. I See True Grit number 7, owned by Joey Gallant of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Atkins Hanover number 8, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, driven by Amber Campbell. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 5. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the Super High 5. And in the 5th, I've seen your guys' choices. I'm going to number 6, What a Way to Go. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam guys. I like What a Way to Go. Made a break prior to the start. Had a good effort after that, and he's dropping down in class. Going to go to 7, I See True Grit. Then going to go to the 8, Atkins Hanover. No one likes to play 6, 7, and 8s on the half-mile track. Kurt Hughes wouldn't pick this, and he's got the only membership to the Super High 5 Club, guys. And I'll close it out with number 4, Windsong Quincy, and the 5, Check Your Source. 6, 7, 8, 4, 5 guys. And you know, Kurt was mighty close here the last time around, too. He had the top 4 and just missed it in the 5th one there. Down to you guys and your choices.
Well, we're going to try to catch him here tonight if we can. I'm playing the 7, so talking about outside horses here. I'm going to lead on I See True Grit here with my pick 5, the Super High 5, I should say, as we head out to the track here to pick some of the horses. I'm leaning next to the 5, Check Your Source. Then the 8 is my sequence, Atkins Hanover. So speaking of horses in the middle of the gate or outside of the gate in here, and we're leaning hard on this. And then the 4 and the 6. So my sequence is 7, 5, 8, 4, 6.
We're closely. I'm going to go to the 5 here. Check Your Source on the driver change. It's Adam Murner in the bike tonight. I'll put the 7 and the 8 for second and third, and the 4 and the 6. So 5, 7, 8, 4, 6 from this side of the desk.
Yeah, we just got to look at Check Your Source there, scoring down for trainer Gordy Hennessy tonight, who's coming up on the 60 seconds with segment, race 8.
He's got some great answers, too, so stick around for that.
So Giselle Bernard and Lori Hennessy co-own, and Adam Murner, first time drive on this horse tonight for Murner, so from post 5. So we'll cycle through some of the horses here with race number 5 and your Super High 5. Good luck. Well, we're joking about the outside post. Not really. I mean, the 8 hole is not an ideal place to leave from, but of course they can win from there. And Atkins Hanover is in the mix here tonight for Amber Campbell, who did just a great job last year. Big award at the Horse Owners Association Award, and also was second next to Corey McPherson in the driving championship last year. So
had a great year. Had her 100th career win last year as well. Stakes win as well. Lee last year. Just a terrific year for Amber in the bike in 2022.
And you know, when I was doing some of the homework on this, I was just looking through some of the starts at Atkins Hanover, because what an impressive career. 285 starts in the career. But he did win last year around this time in the 651. So just saying.
So that may be a play here tonight.
You never know.
You know,
10-1, that's a play.
Yeah, for sure.
So super high 5 time. In Charlottetown, in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, it is post time for the 5th. Back upstairs to the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Shifting Views, Mayhem Man, E-Gamer, Winsong Quincy, check your source. What a way to go. I See True Grit. Adkins Hanover's on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Winsong Quincy, E-Gamer at the rail, Shifting Views, check your source, way wide 4th. Then 5th at the rails, they move round the turn is Mayhem Man. What a way to go, moving 6th. Then I See True Grit, the early trailer. Adkins Hanover, the quarter pole bound. That's E-Gamer for Kenny Murphy. The lead is short-lived. Upon the outside, here's Check Your Source for Adam Murder to take over at the quarter. What a way to go! Is moving up 3rd on the outside and taking dead aim at the leader on by that opening quarter mile. And now the new leader is What a Way to Go. Wow! Boom! Just like that! 27-3 opened it up. Oh, are they serious? And I mean serious in here. What a Way to Go is taken over for Dowling. Check Your Source 2nd. Then in 3rd, it's E-Gamer. 4th is Shifting Views. Winsong Quincy 5th. Mayhem Man 6th. I See True Grit is 7th. Trailing the field. Adkins Hanover 50. 6-3, cutthroat opening half mile at the 5-8. What a way to go, the leader. Check Your Source is 2nd. E-Gamers on the outside, moving 3rd. Shifting Views 4th. Winsong Quincy on the outside, 5th. 6th is Mayhem Man. I See True Grit 7th. Trailing the field, Adkins Hanover. That's E-Gamer to take over late. 3/4 in 1. 27-4, rounding the turn for the 2nd and the final time. 1/8 of a mile to go, and Check Your Source takes over, turning for home. E-Gamer is 2nd. Winsong Quincy on the outside 3rd. What a way to go, 4th. Deep in the stretch, here's Check Your Source in the super high 5 for Adam Murner. 2nd is E-Gamer. Maybe What a Way to Go 3rd. We'll need a show photo. The mile 1:57.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. Yeah, I like them on top here tonight with the driver change. Check Your Source. They were swinging early here tonight, early on, 27-3. Check Your Source. It cleared up, but the 6 kept coming. What a way to go. And Dowling, they were past it. Snappy, 27-3. Past that half in 56-3. They were still rocking and rolling. Up the backside, E-Gamer went first. He cleared up, but on the back was Check Your Source and Adam, and they were able to clear up past the 3. Down the stretch they come here now, and Adam had the jump on them with Check Your Source here now, and he's going to get them to the wire here first. 1:57.3. Yeah, Check Your Source and the driver change for Murder here tonight. They win the 5th at Red Shores.
Check Your Source arriving at the 5th race winner's circle by pacing Gelding 4 by Source of Pride from the Western Hanover Dam internal check. Owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Horse bred by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Gordy Hennessy. Adam Murner with a catch driving call to the winner's circle. The mile 157-3. Check your source in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results now from the fifth race. Shifting Views fifth. Mayhem Man sixth. E-Gamer was second. Winsong Quincy fourth. Check Your Source, the race winner. What a Way to Go was third. I See True Grit finished seventh. Adkins Hanover was eighth. Fractions 27-3. 56-3. 127-4. And the mile 157-3. In review, it's 5-6-2. 41378. Check Your Source paid $570. The exactor $172.70. The triactor $438.30, and a super high five carryover.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk at the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Tonight, Lee Drake is here as well. Vance Cameron is calling all the action, working on race number 6. We'll get to the picks in just a minute. Want to tell you about social media platforms here at Red Shores. You can follow Red Shores' official social media platforms. They're on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can get the most accurate and up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors, and any new announcements from our Red Shores official platforms. As we slide in the picks here for race number 6 tonight, I'm going to lean on the 5, the newcomer, Affair Somewhere in here. I do like that horse on top. I'm going to go to the 2, Elm Grove Red Wine for Dowling for second, and I'm going to put the 4 in, Redland Sampson for third. So at 5-2-4, Lee Drake tonight at 5-3-4, and the classifier at the bottom and underneath at 2-3-5. 6 away from race number 6 at Red Shores.
Sixth race enters the track on parade. Leaving Bruises won. The owners are Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Trained by Wade Myers. Jason Hughes drives. Elm Grove Red Wine, number 2, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Dowling. Trained and driven by David Dowling. Neptune Seals to 3. The owners are Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Mickey does the training. Adam Murner driving. Redland Sampson 4. The owners are Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. Affair Somewhere, number 5, owned by Evan Ford of Charlottetown. Trained by Bo Ford, Gilles Barrio. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association would like to pass along our condolences to the families and friends of Bill Wilkie and Alan Ford. Bill had been involved in racing for 43 years and was very proud of his family members as owners, trainers, and drivers. He had successful campaigns with horses such as Lonesome Bud, Copper Leo, Brianna's Angel, Windermere No Harm Done. One of his proudest moments was seeing Ken and Travis get their first career wins. Alan formed many friendships and relationships through his career at Good Equipment. He owned several horses over the years, such as Damage Control, Rebel Blaze, and of course, the Gold Cup champion, Gimbal. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to please rise for a moment of silence for the late Bill Wilkie and the late Alan Ford. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, 2 to go here before race number 6 tonight, and you can see the photo there for show. Last time out, the 6 getting up, what a way to go, just nipping Win Song Quincy for the show in race number 5. As we move it along to race number 6 here tonight, Exactor 20-cent Super as well, the try, win, place, and show. And don't forget about tagging your ticket for the Wild Horse Players on Track. Jackpot is $25 tonight. We'll look at the 5 in here. Affair Somewhere for Evan Ford of Charlottetown. Bo Ford does the training. Gilles Barrio is going to do the driving tonight. This horse had been racing the Ontario circuit there. You can see it was at Flamborough during the month of April there. Second at Flamborough on April the 6th. Finished second, 57-4. Closed out 30-2 for Jay Harris. Then came back on the 13th as well and was third, 58-1. Closed out 29-2. 3 wins from 29 starts last year. The quickest, 157-1 at Grand River. So Affair Somewhere moves to the island. Barrio picks up the drive, 9-5. We move to the 2, Elm Grove Red Wine, James Quinn, Carl Peterson, Brittany Dowling. They all share the ownership. David Dowling does the training, and this horse was pretty good last year, the 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror. 9 starts last year, 4 wins, 58-3 over Charlottetown. Raced pretty well. You can see in Summerside, PEI Colt was the winner there, 58-4. Atlantic Sire Stake A here in Charlottetown, a winner, 2 minutes and a fifth. And the Lady Slipper Gold in Charlottetown, a winner, 58-3. Closed out 30-2. Real nice season as a 2-year-old, up over 39,000 in the bank. Came out to race as a 3-year-old. Last time out, May 13th, was third, 59-2. Closed out 30. Big shot from post 2 tonight. Elm Grove Red Wine and Dowling, they're 8-5. Good-looking betting board here in race number 6, including Redland Sampson, Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, Troy Cudmore. They're co-owners. Clifford Murphy trains. Kenny Murphy's going to do the driving. 3 wins from 4 starts last year for Redland Sampson. And you can see Charlottetown, the non-winners of 1, was a winner last year. PEI Colt was a winner. Went right down the highway for Kenny, 59-4. Joe O'Brien Grassroots as well on October the 1st, a winner there, 59, closed out 30-2. So an excellent 2-year-old campaign. Did have the 3 wins. Qualifier here, then out to race as a 3-year-old on May the 13th. 4th, took the scenic route and ended up 4th, 59-2, closed out 30-1. Post 4, Kenny back on the bike tonight, Redland Sampson, 5-1. Quick look at the board before we go. Here it is, a tight board, leaving bruises for Hughes. Hughes has 3 wins already tonight, 2-1. Got a good shot on the rail here, 8-5 in Elm Grove Red Wine. Neptune Sealster for Murner. They were upset winners last time out. They're 5-1. Then Redland Sampson and A Fair Somewhere. Good betting board here in the 6th, excuse me. Good luck with your picks. Getting set for race number 6 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Start of the on-track, pick 5. Vance Cameron, up to you for the call.
Leaving bruises, Elm Grove Red Wine, Neptune Sealster, Redland Sampson, A Fair Somewhere, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Often pacing, leaving bruises, Elm Grove Red Wine, A Fair Somewhere joining that one as they race into the turn. Along the inside for 4th, that is Neptune Sealster in the early trailer. Redland Sampson as they swing past the 8th pole, leaving bruises, and the Blue Knight Hughes up front the leader. Here comes an early challenger. Dowling right lines Elm Grove Red Wine, sending her to the lead as they arrive at the quarter. Second is leaving bruises. Away 3rd, A Fair Somewhere. Neptune Sealster 4th, trailing the field. A Redland Sampson 29-1 open this one up. Midway round that upper turn for the first time. The leader by 2. Elm Grove Red Wine for David Dowling. Leaving bruises comes out of the turn 2nd, racing 3rd. A Fair Somewhere. Neptune Sealster 4th, trailing 5th. Redland Sampson halfway home in the 6th with Elm Grove Red Wine, the midway point leader. Leaving bruises muscling up in the 2-hole. A Fair Somewhere is 3rd. Neptune Sealster 4th. And a Redland Sampson 5th. The half mile 59-4. Rounding the paddock turn, led by Elm Grove Red Wine. Leaving bruises, sticking right with her. A Fair Somewhere back to 3rd. Neptune Sealster 4th. And Redland Sampson 5th. 3/4 comes next. Elm Grove Red Wine, the leader by a length. On Leaving bruises 2nd. A Fair Somewhere 3rd. 3/4 up in 1. 29-3. Approaching the 7-8. And it's Elm Grove Red Wine turning for home, the leader. Leaving bruises is 2nd. A Fair Somewhere 3rd. Redland Sampson 4th. Deep in the stretch. And it's Elm Grove Red Wine in line to David Dowling to win. 2nd is Leaving bruises. A Fair Somewhere is 3rd. 157-2. Judges' inquiry involving the break on 4, Redland Sampson.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight, brought to you by Universal Media. Yeah, we said she had a great year in 2022, and she wanted the front end here tonight. David was in the 2-hole briefly, but out and around 29-1. They were there for Elm Grove Red Wine, 59-4, still the boss, past the half. And then they swung for the backside, 129-3, still Elm Grove Red Wine. Leaving bruises sitting 2-5 was a fair somewhere. Couldn't catch the 2, though, as she got to the front and was a winner, 157-2 for Elm Grove Red Wine and David Dowling. They win race number 6, and they're in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment.
Elm Grove Red Wine arriving at the 6th race winner's circle by facing filly. She's 3 by Stonebridge Terror from the Beach Towel Dam. Elm Grove Starlight, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Dowling. Filly bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. David Dowling training and driving, guiding her to a new pacing record of 157-2. Elm Grove Red Wine in the 6th. Here's the results of the judges' inquiry from the 6th race. 4, Redland Sampson made the break on his own and was lapped on at the finish. Redland Sampson will be 4th, place 5th.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 6. Leaving Bruises was 2nd. Elm Grove Red Wine the winner. Neptune Sealster finished 5th, was placed 4th. Redland Sampson finished 4th, was placed 5th for a lapped-on break at the wire. and A Fair Somewhere finished third. Fractions were 29 and 1, 59 and 4, 129 and 3, and the mile 157 and 2. From the top after the placings, 2-1-4-5-3. Elm Grove Red Wine 610 to win. The Exactor 3760, Triactor 4740, and the Superfactor was 1409.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HPI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Lee Drake will be along for races 11 and 12 tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We'll have the picks for race number 7 in just a moment. Want to tell you about Red Shores. Charlottetown pleased to offer a new fan zone in the lower level of Red Shores. This area has high top tables, new flat screen TVs featuring live and on-track horse racing. You can also place your bet using your free Wi-Fi on your mobile device through HPIBet.com. As we see the horses coming out. Love this shot here. I'll just tell you my picks as they come out here onto the track. I do like the 6 in here with the 2 for second and the 4 for third. Yeah, we slide them in here. 624, Lee Drake at 625, Classifier at 246. Horses on the track next.
Seventh race entering the track. One Hemingway is owned by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown and Abby Clough of Cornwall. Melissa is the trainer. Adam Werner driving. Number 2, the Fox, owned by Glenna Jordan and Carol Hines of Stratford, trained by Brendan Curran, Kenny Arsenault. 3, Slate, owned by Sandy Myers of Charlottetown, trained by Wade Myers, Mark Campbell. 4, Brookdale Aldi, owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Jason Hughes catch drives. 5, Mick Dundee, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. 'Shake Me Up Hanover 6. Colin Shepard of Brackley Beach is the owner and the driver. Morgan Shepard training. 4 minutes wagering time on the 7th. Back to the broadcast desk with Peter McPhee and Lee Drake with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Thank you very much. And yeah, 6 in the books here at Red Shores and Charlottetown. Race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Here we go for race number 1. It was the start of the Jason Hughes show. As you can see, Cataparca had cut this out here, 28-4, 58-2. Jason coming second over off the 5s back here and going to reach up late through 127-2, 156-3. Century Invictus and Hughes kick it off on a Saturday night tonight in Charlottetown. It was the happy retirement to Tempo Sealster as well in race number 1. Moving along to race number 2 tonight. Jason Hughes got it done back-to-back. Money on the Beach tracked in the 2-hole behind the 4 Woodmere Knight through 29 and 159. 129 and 3. Jason angles out late with Money on the Beach, and they reach up to win 158 and 2. Hughes with an early double here tonight. Money on the Beach at $9.20. The exactor was $14.90, and the try as well at $77. Race number 3 tonight. Jason Hughes continued to roll along as he followed Popular Artie, carried him over to that first quarter, 28 and 4, 59 and 2, and you can see Good Eye Hawkeye reaching down the passing lane late and getting there for Hughes, 158 and 1. Good Eye Hawkeye and Hughes, the natural hat trick. And how about the win ticket? $13.90 on the nose. Race number 4 tonight. It was Bacon on a Biscuit, tracking Jason Hughes, bound to pan out through that 29 and 2, 1 minute, 130 and 2. Angling out late is Bacon on a Biscuit and Mark Campbell. They'll reach up in the final strides and win 158 and 2 for Bacon on a Biscuit. And Mark Campbell in race number 4, 250, 550. $30 and change was the try. Race number 5 tonight, and boy, was this a good one. Check Your Source and Murner on the driver change. They got up late in the stretch to win here through 27 and 3. Snappy tonight, 56 and 3. That was what a way to go. 127 and 4, 157 and 3 on the driver change. Check Your Source and Murner win it at 570 on the nose. And race number 6, we just saw it here tonight, and Elm Grove Red Wine, that 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terrier, did not wait long. Out and around to cut it at 29 and 1, 59 and 4, 129 and 3, right down the highway. Elm Grove Red Wine and Dowling, 157 and 2. They win race number 6 here tonight. So 6 in the books, and thanks again for the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 7. Want you in on the action here. Exactor 20 cent super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. The jackpot, $25 for the on-track players. Shake Me Up Hanover for Colin Shepard of Brackley Beach. You can see last year had a real nice season, 17 for 22 in top 3. 6 wins, 58 and 3, the quickest at Red Shores in Summerside, and come out for the qualifier on May the 6th. Was a winner, 2 minutes 4/5, 28 and 2. And then last time out, that 12:51s, I thought the horse raced pretty good. Left 3, came first up, and was a good second to Winter Blast. 57 and 4, 29 and 2. Adds the Martingale tonight. Shake Me Up Hanover from post 6, and Colin Shepard, they're 4 to 5. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. 9 to 1 on Hemingway on the rail for Murner here tonight. The Fox is at 2 to 1. Slate is at 9 to 2. Odds are getting tight here. Brookdale Ollie and Hughes, like we mentioned, Hughes having a big night. He's already got a hat trick. 5 to 2. He'll drive Brookdale Ollie tonight from post 4. Mick Dundee, Donnie McNeil, they are 7 to 1. And the choice right now is Shake Me Up Hanover for Colin Shepard, 7 to 5. Good luck with your picks here in race number 7. Getting set for race number 7 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Hemingway, the Fox, Slate, Brookdale Ollie, McDundee, Shake Me Up Hanover. A half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 7th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, up and pacing. Slate gets the first call alongside Brookdale Ollie. Hemingway on the rail. From the outside 4th, that is Mick Dundee. Into the turn, the Fox is 5th. The early trailer, Shake Me Up Hanover. At the 8th pole, Brookdale Ollie and the Blue Knight Hughes have taken over the lead. Second, that is Hemingway racing from 3rd. Slate up to 4th is Mick Dundee. The Fox has 5th. Trailing the field is the post-time favorite, Shake Me Up Hanover. They arrive at the quarter mile with Brookdale Ollie the leader in 29 seconds flat. In the 2-hole is Hemingway around the turn 3rd. That's Slate. Gapped in 4th is Mick Dundee. The Fox 5th. Shake Me Up Hanover continuing to trail. Down the stretch they come. Positions are unchanged. The half mile is next. And Brookdale Ollie gets them halfway home. Racing from 2nd, that is Hemingway. Slate continues 3rd. Mick Dundee 4th. To the outside 5th is the Fox. Shake Me Up Hanover still trails. 58 and 2, a half a mile. Moving around the paddock turn. Going to the 5/8. The leader, Brookdale Ollie. Hemingway gets the 2-hole ride. Slate sent to the outside 3rd. Mick Dundee at the rail 4th. The Fox on the outside 5th. Shake Me Up Hanover trails and running out of time in here. They arrive at 3/4. Brookdale Ollie continuing to lead. Slate on the outside is taken over 2nd. Hemingway there in the pocket 3rd. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 3. And they're homeward bound. Brookdale Ollie trying to close it out. Hemingway is 2nd. Slate now 3rd. Mick Dundee 4th. Deep stretch now. And here's the Blue Knight to get the Grand Slam. Brookdale Ollie and Hughes go all the way. Hemingway 2nd. We're going to need a show photo. The trip was 1:56.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7 from Redshores in Charlottetown. We liked him for part of it here tonight. I had him for 3rd. I like Jason driving him here tonight. And boy, did he zip him off the wings here tonight. They were serious. They wanted to boss it right from the hop. 29 seconds. Brookdale, Ollie, and Hughes there in front. 58 and 2. Hemingway was sitting in the 2-hole. The favorites were more towards the back. 3/4, 127 and 3. It's still Brookdale Ollie. He's going to fend them off. Deep in the lane here, and how about the night for Jason Hughes? He's got 4 wins through 7 races at Red Shores, and he gets Brookdale Ollie home 1:56 and 4. The Blue Knight with the Grand Slam at Red Shores.
Here comes Brookdale Ollie to the 7th race winner's circle by pacing gelding. He's 6th by shadow play. From the Art Major Dam, Paul Seelster Owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River and Gary Ford of Stratford. Trained by Bon Doyle. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has his 4th winner on the night for the Grand Slam. 1:56.4, the time for the mile. Brookdale Ollie in the 7th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the 7th race. Hemingway was 2nd, the Fox 4th, Slate 5th, Brookdale Ollie the winner, Mick Dundee 6th. Shake Me Up Hanover finished 3rd, fractions of 29, 58 and 2, 127 and 3, and the mile 156 and 4. From the top, your program reads 245, 163. Brookdale Ollie returning 680 to win. The exactor 130.40, triactor 173.50, and the superfecta was 60.62.
Welcome back to the HBI Broadcast Desk in the top of the park. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. Lee Drake is also along tonight. Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We'll get to the picks in just a moment for the upcoming race. I want to tell you about Hotels 2023. Red Shores will once again be featured in PEI Hotels for the 2023 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which includes taxi voucher when they sign up for a rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and the brand new Micro Hotel and Suites by Wyndham Summerside next to our Red Shores Summerside location. You see the horses coming out here. They'll be on the track next for the post parade.
Talk Some Smack on the 8th Race Post Parade is home of the Talk Some Smack stable of Charlottetown, Todd Walls Training and Driving. Nibbler 2 is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell Training and Driving. Tobin's Party 3 owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Four is Elm Grove Rest Wind, owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. David Dowling trains and drives. 5 is Aiden's Luck, owned by Gary Polton and Dora Burho of Charlottetown. Gary trains Kenny Murphy up. Starship Art number 6, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepherds in the sulky. There's 4 minutes wagering time in Race 8. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch and listen for more exciting announcements around new fan experience and racing series. Now here's another edition of 60 Seconds or Less.
Now time for 60 Seconds or Less with Peter McPhee.
Back with another round of 60 seconds or less. It's Gordy Hennessy in the hot seat today. Gordy, let's get right to it here. What is your favorite movie of all time?
Braveheart.
Good one. Who is your favorite actor or actress?
Richard Gere.
You get a backstage pass to any concert. Who do you choose?
George Strait.
You get 2 tickets to any sporting event in the world. Where would you go?
Super Bowl for sure.
You get to invite 3 people over for dinner. Who's on the guest list?
My mother, my father, and who's ever going to pay the bill.
Where would you go on your dream vacation?
Hawaii.
You must sing one karaoke song. What's the song?
Singing in the kitchen.
Who is the best horse you've driven or trained?
Chatham Hoochie was a pretty nice colt I drove and trained.
Give us your dream race to be in and win.
Well, of course, everyone says the Gold Cup and Saucer, but I like the Little Brown Jug.
You get to star in any TV show. Which one do you choose?
Cheers, right beside Norm.
Excellent. What would you rather do, announce a race or co-host on the race day broadcast?
I'd like to announce one, and they're off.
Thanks for watching 60 Seconds or Less.
Well, thank you to Gordy Hennessy. Some excellent answers there, and he's going to call a race maybe at some point. We'll see. I'd like to see it happen here. Again, thanks to everybody for taking part in 60 Seconds or Less. We've had a lot of fun with those, and you'll see more throughout the season. As we land on the 4 here, this is Elm Grove Rest Wind here tonight for David Dowling and the ownership group of Brittany Dowling and James Quinn. They share the ownership. David Dowling trains. David's going to do the driving as well on the 3-year colt by Stonebridge Terror. 7 starts last year. He did have a couple of wins, 58 and 3, the quickest here in Charlottetown. Qualified on May the 6th, was the winner in that one, 2 minutes flat, and then came out to race here on that winners of 1-2, where he was on the rail in a good second to Impeccable Shadow. 56 and 1 he was charted in, 29 and 1, so really excellent start for his first one of 2023. Post 4 tonight, it'll be tough from here. Dowling to drive at 1-4. All right, we're under a minute to go here. Here's Starship Art. Welcome home to Patrick Shepard. He's going to be here for the summer, and Claude Poirier owns, Earl Watts trains. Patrick's going to do the driving on this guy. He was good last week with Starship Art. Left from 4, he made that big move up the backside. You can see there, cleared up past 3/4, and was a winner by 3 and change, 159 and 4. Closed out in 29. So back into race, Patrick to do the driving on Starship Art at 4-1.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $700 for the winning number S1794535. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $700, S1794535. Good luck.
Okay, that's the call to post here in race number 8. We've had some great payouts along the way. Hope you're cashing wherever you're watching, or if you're on site here tonight. Let's look at the board here before we go. 14-1 on Talk Some Smack here on the rail for Todd Walsh. Nibbler will be 2 for Campbell, and they're at 3-1, and that's Tobin's Party for Hughes. He's got 4 wins tonight. They're from post 3. Elm Grove West win the heavy choice at 2-5 right now for Dowling. And Zayden's Luck, the newcomer, for Kenny Murphy here tonight. They're at 7-1, and Starship Art. Yeah, Patrick Shepard, he's on the island, and they're at 7-2. Good luck with your picks here. Getting close in race number 8. Getting set for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown as the horse is swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate Vance. Gordy Hennessy wants to call a race. What do you think of that?
Absolutely. Let's get him up here. And then, listen, when we're doing that 60 seconds or less, Pete, let's make them obligated. Get them up here, call a race, and take it off their buckets list. I'm really looking forward to it.
I think so. Corey said he wanted to drive one last year, Vance, so let's get both of them.
Absolutely. Welcome aboard. Here's the 8th with Talk Some Smack. Nibbler, Tobin's Party, Elm Grove Rest Wind, Zayden's Luck, Starship Art. Here they come. Off stride goes the 2. Nibbler at the start. Zayden Luck on the outside leaves out. Tobin's Party between horses and Talk Some Smack along the rail. Then the 4th one to the turn is Elm Grove Rest Wind. 5th is Starship Art. And off stride at the back, that is Nibbler. Up the backstretch they go, and it's Tobin's Party. And the Blue Knight Hughes out in front. Here's early movement. Elm Grove Rest Wind powers up on the outside to take over the lead for David Dowling at the quarter. Tobin's Party now 2nd. Talk Some Smack 3rd. Zayden's Luck is 4th. Racing 5th is Starship Art. And in the backfield, Nibbler the trailer. The quarter mile, 29 and 3. Arriving at 3-8, led by Elm Grove Rest Wind. Tobin's Party's in the 2-hole. That's Talk Some Smack to come out of the turn 3rd. Zayden's Luck is 4th. Going to the outside, 5th is Starship Art. In the backfield, Nibbler the trailer. They approach the opening half mile. Elm Grove Rest Wind. But wow! What a move from Starship Art! Wow, in the blink of an eye, he made the front of a half mile in a comfortable 101 flat. And Starship Art has a sizable lead at the 5-8. Elm Grove Rest Wind did not see him coming. He's now 2nd. Tobin's Party 3rd, back to 4th. Talk Some Smack. Zayden's Luck on the outside 5th. Nibbler the trailer. 3rd quarter's going to be in good time. And on the lead, Starship Art. Elm Grove Rest Wind is starting to close in now. 3 quarters in 1:29 flat. That was 28 seconds in the 3rd quarter. And they're turning home. Starship Art at the rail. Elm Grove Rest Wind on the outside. Takes over late. Tobin's Party 3rd. On the wire next, it's Elm Grove Rest Wind to double up Dowling. Starship Art was 2nd. Tobin's Party finishes 3rd in 1:58 and 1.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. What a horse race this was early on. Elm Grove Westwind, one at the front, 29-3. Starship Art was sitting at the back, but he makes a zoom move to the half as Patrick Shepard moves him out, and they zoom to the front, 101. They cleared up the backside, and it looked like maybe this guy's going to get the job done, but no. The 4, Elm Grove Westwind, he starts to close in late, 129, and then at the 3/4, they're going to duel down the stretch here now. But it is the 4 who's able to reel back in the 6 here, as Dowling is going to get up and get the job done. 158-1. Patrick zoomed by him at the half. David caught him in the end, though, as Starship Art is second, and first is Elm Grove Westwind as they hit the wire first in race number 8.
Elm Grove Westwind into the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Facing Colt 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the race in Hanover Dam, Elm Grove Dallas. Owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. The colt bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. David Dowling has a training and driving double on this night. And this colt paces to a new record of 158-1. Elm Grove Westwind in the 8th. Now the official results in race 8, Talk Some Smack was 5th, Nibbler 6th, Tobin's Party 3rd, Elm Grove Westwind, the race winner. Zayden's Luck finished 4th, Starship Art was 2nd. 29-3, 101, 129, and the mile 158-1. In review, it's 563, 142. Elm Grove Westwind at 250. The exactor was 970, triactor 7380, superfecta 1640.
Welcome back to the HPI Broadcast Desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Tonight we're through 8 races. Jason Hughes has 4 wins as we work on race number 9 tonight. Also want to tell you about the Atlantic Invitational Series. Yeah, that series, the Road to the Premier's Cup, with invitational events around the Maritimes. The Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup Final was held on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday in 2022. The winner was Twin B Tough Enough for owner Patrick Morris, trainer Ron Matheson, driver Gilles Barrio. You can watch for details to be announced soon on the 2023 Atlantic Invitational Series, the Road to the Premier's Cup. Yeah, and here is the schedule. June 17th at Woodstock, the Walter Dale. And then we're here in Charlottetown, June 24th for the Cecil Ladner. Truro has the Johnny Conroy Memorial, July the 2nd. And then the Bob Dewar Governor's Plate Consolation on the 14th. The Governor's Plate Final on July the 15th. The Lindsay Cup in Truro on the 23rd of July. And the Kelty Burnett at Woodstock on August the 4th. Going to be a great series. The Atlantic Invitational Series, Road to the Premier's Cup. Getting set for race number 9 tonight. And we'll take a look at the picks. I'm going to head towards the outside here in a bit of a price horse. Laugh Again Hanover at 12-1. Y.S. Mathis was excellent last week. We'll put him in for second. I'm going to the Railman Terrio. He raced really well last time out. He was a winner. So I'm at 6-5-1. Lee Drake at 5-6-1. And the classifier 5-1-2. 7 away from the 9th at Red Shores.
Manterio on the 9th race post parade is owned by Jennifer Doyle, and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Rose Run Quest number 2, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen and Isaac Skierman, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner driving. Blue Monk number 3 is owned by Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River and Denise Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy, Norris Rogers. Cowboy Logic 4 is owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson, trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard driving. Y.S. Mathis 5, owned by Brady Doyle from Stratford, Jacinta Campbell of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell training and driving. Laugh Again Hanover number 6, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, the trainer-driver Jason Hughes. 4 minutes wagering time on the 9th. Race Day Live is back with some top contenders in just a moment.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 9. Want to tell you about the Maritime Breeders Association introducing the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders Stake in 2023, June 24th, right here in Charlottetown at Red Shore, Charlottetown. 3-year-old pacing fillies and colts. October the 21st at Redshores, Charlottetown, 2 and 3-year-old trotters, and October 22nd at SHORES Raceway. We'll have the 2-year-old pacing fillies and colts. And again, thank you to Home Hardware for the Maritime Breeders' Stake in 2023. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 9 tonight. This sets up to be a pretty good horse race here, and this guy's been red hot. Laugh Again Hanover and Jason Hughes. Exacta 20-cent super the try. 20-cent pick 4, the late pick 4 here in the 9th. Tag your ticket with the wild horses. Jackpot $25. Laugh Again Hanover here for Donnie McRae and Eric McLaughlin. They share the ownership. Jason Hughes has 4 wins tonight. And this guy came out for the qualifier on the 13th. Cut it and ended up second to Rollum, who we'll see a bit later on tonight. 157. This guy did close 27-4. In the fall last year, he was at Grand River in Ontario, second there, 56-3 with a closer of 28-2. And you can see it preferred twos last year here in Charlottetown. He was leaving 6th. Jason put him on the point, and they were winners 54-4, closed out 27-3. So this guy has been here before. He's done pretty well. Jason knows him well. Laugh Again Hanover for Hughes on the outside at 4-1. Next door neighbor is the 5, YS Mathis here. Brady Doyle, Jacinta Campbell. Their co-owners, Mark Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving as well. This horse was dynamite last week. Left from 5, was on the point early, then settled in behind Roll with Hottie Toddy, and they battled down the stretch. And this guy was skimming the cones and getting up to win in 154-3. Closed out in a snappy 28-3. Looked dynamic last week and was a deserving winner. Last year, 6 wins from 31 starts. He had a record of 149-2. That was at Miami Valley in Ohio. Real good last week. Up the ladder this week. See if he can win again. YS Matthews, 3-4. This guy looked great last week as well, and he was at the 17:01s. He left off the rail, and he tracked for most of the way before reaching up and going by to win by 3 and change, 55-3, 29-4 on the end of it. 22 for 34 in top threes. All he does is finish in the top 3. 10 wins last year, 54-4, the quickest here in Charlottetown. He'll be on the rail, and David will be protecting the cone, so we're putting him in for 3rd. Manterio, 4-1. Okay, this is a real interesting betting board, so I hope you're in on some tickets wherever you're watching tonight. Good luck with your picks here. It's a good field. Manterio is 4-1. Rose Run Quest, yeah, he's been excellent throughout his entire career. Murner in the bike tonight at 5-1. Great shot of him there, Rose Run Quest. Blue Monk tonight for Norris Rogers there at 7-1. They'll lead from post 3. Cowboy Logic is Stephen Shepard tonight at 6-1. The choice is YS Matthews coming off the win last week, looking for 2 in a row. And Laugh Again Hanover Hughes looking for win number 5 tonight is Jason, 4-1. Good luck with your picks. As you can see, we're getting close. Getting set for race number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron sets up to be a good one. Up to you for the call.
Manterio, Rose Run Quest, Blue Monk, Cowboy Logic, YS Mathis, Lafayette Hanover, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing from the outside. YS Mathis and Lafayette Hanover. Manterio on the rail is leaving out. Fourth into the turn goes Rose Run Quest away fifth. Blue Monk and the early trailer is Cowboy Logic. That's a mighty big opening eighth in here. And a fired up leader is YS Mathis in line to Mark Campbell right on that choo-choo here. Clear by three. Lap again. Hanover driving up second. Manterio at the rail third. Rose Run Quest fourth. Now fifth is Blue Monk trailing the field. Cowboy Logic 27-2. Boom! Just like that. That opening quarter mighty swift, and it's YS Mathis, a serious leader with Campbell. Lap again, Hanover dropped in second. Back to third is Manterio, Rose Run Quest, racing fourth. Fifth is Blue Monk, trailing the field. Cowboy Logic, the opening half mile to YS Mathis. Wow! 54-4! Incredible second quarter, much like the first. 27-2. Up the backstretch they go. Final time, headed to the three quarters. YS Mathis, the leader, by 3 open. Lap again, Hanover strictly gives chase here. Manterio third. Rose Run Quest fourth. Blue Monk fifth. Cowboy Logic sixth. 3 quarters tripped in 1:23 and 3. Homeward bound comes YS Mathis. Manterio is taken over second. Rose Run Quest now third. What a performance here by YS Mathis in line to Mark Campbell. Open lengths the best. Manterio was second. Rose Run Quest third. Check this one out. 1:51.4. Wow!
Okay, here's the slow-mo for racing number 9 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. What else can you say but what Vance Cameron said? Wow, what a trip this was here tonight from YS Matthews, pointed off the wings and serious right from the jump tonight. 27-2. Sizzling pass there for late May here. He's the leader, 54-4. Still within reach was Lafayette Hanover. Manterio was third. The backside, he started to draw away in 1:23.3. And down the stretch he comes here now. He's all by himself. After sizzling through those panels, he's home in 1:51.4. Mark sitting chilly in the bike here as he is on cruise control at the end. Dominating performance, gate to wire for YS Matthews in the winner's circle next.
Here comes the Maritime Season's fastest horse of 2023. What a performance tonight by Y.S. Mathis as he arrives at the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion, 6 years. The son of sports writer is off the Cam Luck Dam. Let Me Down Easy. Owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Jacinta Campbell from Charlottetown. Trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Mark's second driving victory for the double tonight. And the amazing mile, 1:51.4. Y.S. Mathis in the 9th. Giddy up.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from the 9th race. Manterio was second. Rose Run Quest third. Blue Monk was fifth. Cowboy Logic fourth. Y.S. Mathis the race winner. Lafayette Hanover was sixth. Fractions 27-2. 54-4. 123-3. And the mile 151-4. From the top, 235. 416. Y.S. Mathis returning 340. Exactor 980, Triactor 990, Superfecta 542.
So welcome back to the top of the park of the HBI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. We're through 9 races here tonight, working on race number 10. As part of a 12-pack, race number 12 will be the feature tonight. It looks like a great race, and looking forward to that one as well. I want to tell you about simulcast theaters. Red Shores, Charlottetown, Summerside offers a complete menu of off-track betting locations. We've invested in a new state-of-the-art betting terminal. Sign up for your own Fastback card program to get rewards every month, and now free programs daily with our simulcast customers. You can also play the action from your mobile with HBIBet.com. Simulcast theaters open daily, featuring all the action from the biggest tracks in North America as we slide in the picks here for race number 10 tonight. And I'm going to head towards the 2 Usurper in here. That's Kenny Arsenault in the bike tonight. I do like Usurper on top. 3, Just Call Me Doc. He's been racing pretty well. Just nipped last week. A better post here tonight. I like him for second. And we're going to put the 4 in George's credit here for Jason Hughes. So I'm at 2-3-4. Lee Drake at 3-2-5. And the classifier at 3-4-2. 7 away from race number 10.
On the 10th race post parade, number 1, Luigi Bizzacco is owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. Usurper 2 is owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Just Call Me Doc, number 3, is owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. George's Credit 4 is owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Jason Hughes. Granddad Legend 5, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Barry McLeod, trained by Thane Arsenault, Miles Heffernan. Wims Drop-Off number 6, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Adam Murner driving. Silver Hill Buddy number 7, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers and Gwyneth McGurk, trained by David Myers, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Red Shores is proud to launch the new Players Portal. Go to Redshores.ca.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 10. And again, a reminder, Top of the Park Restaurant, May seatings and events. You can see there Thursday night, race night buffets. Fridays is the Easter beef and local favorites buffet. And Saturday nights, the race night buffets. Reservations at 902-620-4264. I was here on Thursday night for the buffet. Terrific and very, very good. Well worth your time to come to the Top of the Park and enjoy the buffets here in Charlottetown. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 10 tonight. And you can see the 2 here. This is Usurper for the Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault does the training. Kenny's going to do the driving as well. 4 wins from 24 starts last year. The quickest was 54-3. Nice record last year right here in Charlottetown. And he was out for the qualifier on the 13th. Finished 3rd there. 2 minutes 4/5 closed out 28-4. If you go back there, you can see during the fall months, he was charted in 56-3 and 55-4 over this racetrack. And like I said, was a winner. One of those 4 wins last year came here in 54-3. We think he'll be up hand to the action here tonight. We like him to win it here. Kenny Arsenault and Usurper at 6-5. Next door neighbors, Just Call Me Doc for Gordon and Douglas Neal. Keith Ford, Ben Matheson, they all share the ownership. Keith does the training, and he does the driving as well. This guy's been battling the outside posts in his couple of starts during the spring meet. May 6th, 9:01s left from 7, was 5th on the edges, 59. Raced pretty well from post 7. Then he raced from post 6 last week. Keith sent him off the wings, and he cleared up and led most of the way, just at the end being collared by Hemingway right on the wire last week. He raced great from post 6. Second, just beating the neck, 59-1, closed out 30-3. He's a nice horse, 16 for 30 in top threes. Last year, 7 wins, 154-2 the record. He'll be tough because he's moving inside here tonight. We expect a big effort from him. Just Call Me Doc at 8-5. Keep going a little further outside to George's Credit here. I'm on 2, 3, 4 here. George's Credit, Phil Kelly is the owner. Philip is the trainer as well. Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, and the bike. This guy's been pretty good. His last couple of starts, 9:01s here. He left from 6, so storming on the end of it 4th. Closed in 30, 59 for Jason on that day, and then 8:51. Thought he was real good last week. Left 4, first up, second, ended up 4th. It was a blanket finish. He was 4th, beaten 3/4 of a length. Tight finish, 59-2. Raced really well, and just beaten out of a top 3 spot last time out. So he's good. I think he's going to actually nail the top 3 this week from post 4. Hughes is having a nice night. George's Credit, 7-1. Quick look at the board here before we go here. Want you in on the action. Like I said, we've had some nice payouts through 9 races here tonight. 11-1 on Luigi Bizzacco. Usurper is the slight favorite here, 6-5. Just Call Me Doc moving inside, 2-1. George's Credit taking money, 9-2. Grand Ave Legend here at 13-1. Wims Drop Off at 9-1, and Silver Hill Buddy at 5-1 here tonight. That's the field in race number 10. Good luck with your picks. Getting set for race number 10 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses roll in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the race call.
Luigi Bizzacco, Usurper, Just Call Me Doc, George's Credit, Grand Ave Legend, Wims Drop Off, Silver Hill Buddy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Usurper, Just Call Me Doc, and George's Credit. That trio leaves out. Luigi Bizzacco into the turn, 4th. To get away 5th is Grand Ave Legend with Wims Drop Off, and the early trailer is Silver Hill Buddy. Up the backstretch they go. Usurper in unfamiliar territory, right on the choo-choo tonight. In line to Kenny Arsenault. 2nd is Just Call Me Doc, racing from 3rd. George's Credit. Luigi Bizzacco's in mid-pack, 4th. Grand Ave Legend is 5th, followed by Wims Drop Off and Silver Hill Buddy, 29 and 2 the quarter. Arriving at the 3/8 pole, Usurper the fraction setter. 2-hole ride belongs to Just Call Me Doc. Coming out of the turn, 3rd is George's Credit. Luigi Bizzacco, 4th. Going wide, 5th is Grand Ave Legend. Then it's Wims Drop Off. And on the outside, the trailer is Silver Hill Buddy. They're halfway home, led by Usurper. In the 2-hole, Just Call Me Doc, 59 and 3 the half. Racing from 3rd on the outside is Grand Ave Legend. Riding the rail, 4th is George's Credit. Luigi Bizzacco, 5th. Silver Hill Buddy is taken over 6th. Now the trailer, Wims Drop Off. Here comes the 3/4. Usurper at the rail, the leader. At his wheel, the long shot, Grand Ave Legend. Just Call Me Doc. Right there, 3rd, George's Credit. In striking distance, 4th. Luigi Bizzacco, 5th, with Wims Drop Off. And Silver Hill Buddy, the 3/4 in 1. 29 and 4, turning for home. Usurper looking to close it out. Just Call Me Doc on the outside. George's Credit coming up the rail late. Here's the line. Usurper for Kenny Arsenault all the way. Just Call Me Doc was 2nd. George's Credit will finish 3rd in 1:58.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 10 from Redshores in Charlottetown. It played out like the post-time picks thought it would here. Usurper was going to go right from the word go, and he did. 29 and 2 here tonight for Kenny Arsenault. Just Call Me Doc was sitting 2. George's Credit was 3 at that point, and that's what I liked. 2, 3, 4 here. 59 and 3. Usurper still the boss past the half. 129 and 4. It looked like Just Call Me Doc was revving up and maybe going by Usurper, but down the stretch they come here, and that's why Kenny Arsenault's won over 3,000 races. He knows how to rate them, and he did in the end. Usurper gets there. 158 and 3, charging on the end of it. A good second, Just Call Me Doc, and George's Credit 3rd. 2, 3, 4, ice cold for the post-time picks in race number 10.
Usurper on his way to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Stallion 6 by Sports Rider off the McCardle Dam. Lulu Q over the Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Horse bred by Steve Stewart of Paris, Kentucky. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Had him on top at every call tonight in 158 and 3. Usurper wires the 10th. Here's the official results from the 10th race. Luigi Bizzacco, 4th. Usurper, the winner. Just Call Me Doc was 2nd. George's Credit finished 3rd. Grandad Legend was 6th. Wim's Drop-Off finished 5th. Silver Hill Buddy was 7th. 29 and 2. 59 and 3. 129 and 4. And the mile in 158 and 3. In review, 412. 36. 5-7. Usurper returned 440. The Exactor 790, Triactor 1360, and the Superfactor was 623.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here. The last two races of the card coming up here. That means the daily double on races 11 and 12 and the 20-cent Superfecta tractor wagering here. Don't forget that Super High Five coming up on the feature tonight, Peter. And we're getting ready to go here. I was touring throughout the building here. Yeah. I was talking to so many of the guests. And one thing that I do find is that folks are using their Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi here at Red Shores to place their bets through HBIBet.com. Now, if you are signing in for the first time, of course, you sign up for the betting free at HBIBet.com. You wager $100 in the first 30 days, and you'll receive $100 in return. Just go to your settings page and use that free Wi-Fi. So you've been getting along well in the picks tonight.
Well, it's been going well. Again, the Cosfire's having a good night. You're in there with a couple of winners already tonight, and we're moving on to race number 11. And Lee, we're all in agreement here. It's unanimous. I'll roll with Hottie Toddy on top here. I do like him to win this. First glance, I thought raced well last week. I'm going to put him in for second, and Bankroll in for third. So I'm at 4-5-3.
Yeah, so I'm working a 4-3-5 angle. There is equipment change on the 3. Bankroll coming up in race number 11 here. Blind to blinkers on that equipment card. And the classifier's choice at 4, 5, and 2. So some great angles there for you to play. The last 2 races on the card for tonight. You see them coming out of the paddock here now, and we'll greet them next on the track.
It's the 11th race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Smart Official, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, Gilles Barrio driving. Winner Blast is 2, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Damian McClellan drives. 3 Bankroll, owned by Dean Lewis, Brendan Mullen, Kenneth Fisher, and April McCormick, trained by Brendan Mullen, Dale Spence driving. Roll with Hottie Toddy, number 4, owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Jason Hughes. 5 is First Glance, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. Adam Murner drives. 6 is Big Bad Bruiser. Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown owns, trains, and drives. 4 minutes wagering time in race number 11. Redshores Summerside opens Monday at 1 o'clock with the countdown to the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
Well, as you know, Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination, and right now the spin to win, you'll find that wheel when you walk into the casino floor here in Charlottetown, and a chance to win up to $1,000 in free play. Hot seat draws take place every hour for a chance to win the big spin, the big wheel. You've seen it.
I've seen it. I was down there the other day, Lee, took a walk through the casino, and it's just in on the left-hand side when you walk into the casino. It looks great, Lee, and this is a great promotion. There are lots of people playing. Monday
to Thursday, 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Make sure you get in on the spin to win. And I can tell you this, because we have the information. It is moving to Summerside on our Tuesday nights.
Oh, okay.
Along with the new bounce-back offer that's going to be launched in Summerside on Tuesday nights in June, too. So watch for details on that. Okay, so 1 to 3 to go here for race number 11, the final late daily double on the card here tonight. And Jason Hughes got it rolling with the daily double early on the card. He got a grand slam here, and he's working on a high 5, so we'll see how he gets along with Roll with Hottie Toddy here. Getting into action for Trevor Hicken of Montague, who is also the trainer, and as we said, the Blue Knight Hughes doing the driving. Likes to call the shots, this guy. Those closing panels are impressive. You know I always circle those on my card.
You do.
Could be a little speed tussle from the inside horses, but 54-3 is a sparkling mile this time of year.
Yeah, it sure is, Lee, and he does like the front end. Like you said, I think he'll be busting again here tonight for Jason. Had the qualifier on the 29th there. right to the point from post 6. He was a winner 58, then out to race the 1351s off the rail, and he made every call a winning one, 56 and 4. And last week he got into a duel with YS Matthews, and they both raced super. This guy cut it all out, and YS Matthews skimmed the cones late. He came down the passing lane and just nipped Roll with Hotty Toddy 54 and 3, 28 and 4 in the end of it. So he's been excellent. He's at the 1951 level here tonight. I think he's got a big shot to win again.
So we're working on the 11th here tonight in Charlottetown. There's a look at your 5 right now, 9-2 choice. First glance. And Adam Murder doing the driving here tonight. So Jennifer Doyle and Danny Burt, they've had a busy night here. They get 2 entries in this race. Winter Blast on the inside for Damian McClellan here tonight. And Adam's going to handle first glance here as they come into the action. Finished third to our top choice in here, only a few ticks off his lifetime mark at 54, where Paul McKenzie drove him at Grand River for trainer Derry Gallant. So always some nice island connections there. He's working from post 5 tonight.
Yeah, I thought he raced great last week at the 1951s. He left from 4. He sat 5 early. Adam moved him first up, and he raced great. He was right there in the end. YS Matthews, Roll with Hotty Toddy, they were 1-2. This guy was 3/4 of a length away in 54 and 4, 28 and 4. And that's after a first up move from Murner last time out. So I thought he was super last week. 1951s this week. It's the same level. He'll move out a spot on the wings, but coming off that performance, we got to include first glance at 4-1.
So big crowd here tonight in Charlottetown, and nice to have everyone here. And I know a number of visitors coming to the island, especially for this long holiday weekend where we kick things off Victoria Day at a Redshores Summerside property. Post time there is 1 o'clock. And also want to mention Truro tomorrow. Great card there, 12 races. The Donnie and George Turner Memorial, 3-year-old Colts and Fillies in action there. They have 12 races, 46,900 in purses. They have that pick 5 to get rolling in the first race with that low, Canada-wide low, 12% takeout rate. So great card there tomorrow, and looking forward to that. Good luck to all the participants in what's going to be a big stakes day at Truro. So we landed on the 3 right now. This is a bankroll, and Dale Spence driving for Brendan Mullen here tonight, and Dean Lewis along with their co-owners, Kenneth Fisher and April McCormick. Nice to see Brendan back in action in the training ranks here, and comes in here, raced most of the year. Rito Carlton came in with some money on his paper, so I think fits better in here.
Yeah, dropping down. He was in against some tough customers last time, that 22.51 level. Burnout hit over Mr. Riley Blue Monk. He was 6th there, 58 and 3, 29 and 3 on the end of it. But he did have 3 wins last year, 53 and 3, the quickest at Rito Carlton. And Lee, I like the fact that he finished 3rd 8 times, so I'm playing that angle. He likes to finish 3rd, dropping down to the 1951s here in Charlottetown. I got him in here for 3rd bankroll, and Dale Spence right now 16-1. Getting set for race number 11 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the race call.
Smart Official, Winter Blast, Bankroll, Roll with Hotty Toddy, First Glance, Big Bad Bruiser. They're on the gate here in the 11th. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Roll with Hottie Toddy is leaving out on the rail. Smart Official. Winner Blast into the turn third. Driving up fourth is Bankroll. First Glance fifth, and on the outside sixth, that's Big Bad Bruiser, the quarter pole bound, led by Roll with Hottie Toddy for the Blue Knight Ewes. Racing from second is Smart Official. Winner Blast dropped in third. Racing fourth, that is Bankroll. First Glance goes fifth, and Big Bad Bruiser sees them all. He's sixth on past the opening quarter in straight alignment and a lively tempo in the early going. The quarter mile was 28 and 1 on the point. That's Roll with Hottie Toddy, the fraction setter. In the two-hole, it's Smart Official. Winner Blast is third. Racing fourth is Bankroll. That is First Glance fifth. Then the trailer, Big Bad Bruiser, no movement for a half a mile. And the midway point leader is Roll with Hottie Toddy. Smart Official, the two-hole ride. Winner Blast third. There goes Bankroll. Sent to the outside fourth. First Glance will follow him fifth. And trailing at the rail, Big Bad Bruiser, 57 and 4 was the half mile. They move to the back stretch for time two. 3/4 coming next. On the lead, Roll with Hottie Toddy. Smart Official at long odds is second. Coming three wide. First Glance now third. Winner Blast is fourth. Bankroll fifth. Big Bad Bruiser 3/4 and 1. 26 and 4. And it's all over. Roll with Hottie Toddy and the Blue Knight Ewes about to pick up win number 5 on this Saturday night at the driving park. It's Roll with Hottie Toddy, a going away winner for the Blue Knight. Second is First Glance. Smart Official is third. Time for the mile, another good one. 1:54 flat.
All right, so look at race number 11 here in the Universal Media slow-mo for you tonight. And boy, hats off to the track crew tonight. That is one fast piece of dirt out here tonight. 54. They're going to stop this clock. 54 flat here tonight. We thought Roll with Hottie Toddy would go right to the engine here tonight, and that's what he did.
Exactly, Lee. He loves to spring the gate, and that's exactly where Jason put him. He races great on the front. 28 and 1. He was the boss over there and in clear control. 57 and 4. Still controlling it past the half. Then 126 and 4 up the backstretch. Total separation down the stretch here. And Jason Hughes, yeah, it's a Redshores high five for Jason. 154 flat. Roll with Hottie Toddy right down the highway for Hughes in race number 11.
Roll with Hottie Toddy into the 11th race, winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Roll With It Harry from the Western Paradise Dam Western Queen. Owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague. Horse bred by Todd and Trish Hardy of Nova Scotia. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, is having a Saturday night at the driving park. That's his 5th. Count 'em 5. Trips to the winner's circle. Excellent trip on the horse, 154. The horse gets his 10th lifetime victory. That's Roll with Hottie Toddy in the 11th.
This race replay is brought to you by Park After Dark Events. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch for announcements on comedy nights, concerts, and more with Park After Dark Events at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the 11th. Smart Official third. Winter Blast was fourth. Bankroll finished sixth. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the race winner. First Glance was second. Big Bad Bruiser finished fifth. The fractions of 28 and 1. 57 and 4. 126 and 4. And the mile 154. In review, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 5. Roll with Hottie Toddy, 220. Exactor, 340. Tractor, 1440. Superfecta, 520. Preferred Pacers for tonight's featured 12th race. They're on Post Parade, number 1, Middleton Terror, owned by Kingsley Walsh with Albany and Frank Belcom. From Amherst, Nova Scotia, David Dowling, Training and Driving. Avatar J2 is owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point, Jody Sanderson of Cornwall. Darren is the trainer. Jill's Barrio drives. 3, Fernhill General, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. 4, Burnout Hanover, home of the Orwell Bay Storable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. 5, Mr. Riley, owned by Jimmy Gorman of South Melville. Darlene Compton of South Panat. The trainer-driver, Corey McPherson. Roll'em, number 6, owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, and Kent McDonald. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 7, Blood Money, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Trained by Ron Matheson, Jason Hughes. Now the 8 is Meticulous, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, Matt and David Burke of Stratford. Trained by Colin Johnson. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in the 12th race. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in tonight's featured preferred, going for $3,800. And in the 12th, I'm going to the rail. Middleton Terror, with Dowling looking to triple up on the training and the driving side. Again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Middleton Terror, last week's winner, and off of the rail this week. I like him on top. I'm going to the 6, Roll'em. This is the first-time starter out of the Mark Campbell barn, but $106,000 in prize money won last year. He won 9 races from just 29 starts. Looks like he's the real deal. I like 3, Fernhill General. He makes his 2023 debut on this night. Then I'll go to the 2, Avatar J, returns to Charlottetown. And to close it out, I'm going to the 8, Meticulous, from the grandstand side. So here in the 12th, I'm going 1, 6, 3, 2, 8. Gentlemen, your choices.
Lots of options in here, Vance, and I've been up and down the page. I said this earlier in the program, but what a great group of horses. I'm going to lean on the 6, Roll'em. Great investment by this ownership team. We appreciate that for Island Racing. Won his qualifier by 3 lengths, closed in 27 seconds flat. We know why he's here, and I think we're going to see that tonight. I have him on top. Middleton Terror, watch that great performance last week, Pete, from beautiful Calbay, Nova Scotia. Opening weekend, he went in 54-4, and that was before the track was graded. And the rail puts him in great position here tonight, so I like the 1 there. Meticulous GB, the 8-hole really was a tough spot to leave here, and with so much speed on the inside, but I think Kenny can work out a trip to hit the ticket. And a real toss-up for 4th on my ticket here, and I don't know what the rest of the field, but if votes counted for feel-good stories where a horse returns to PEI to race and eventually retire, then that would be Avatar J. And good for Jody Sanderson and Darren Smith for taking him back here. They've known each other since they were 6 years old, wow, those gentlemen, and they're back in this here and here. He's got 9 starts under his belt this year, so I have him round out my super. So on this side of the desk, I'm going with 6, 1, 8, 2.
Yeah, I do like the 6 as well, Roll'em. I do like Middleton Terror off of last week's win. The 3, Fernhill General for 3rd. The 7, Blood Money for 4th. And the 8, Meticulous for 5th. So this side of the desk, 6, 1, 3, 7, 8.
And just getting a note from the control room, some technical difficulties with the graphics and odds slate right now, so we hope to have that fixed very shortly. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 12th. It is post time. And the feature tonight, and back upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Oh, and Lee, last week I made the blunder of all blunders in the preferred. Called one to win, and he could beat. It would have been good if it was a nose or a head, but it happened to be a neck. That's 3 feet. We can't have that ever happening again. Folks, this is the Saturday night preferred. Full field of 8. What a nice group. Post time. The rough and pacing Fernhill General and Middleton Terror, the first 2 out. The third one into the turn is Avatar J to drop in to be 4th. That is Burnout Hanover on the turn 5th. That's Mr. Riley. That's Roll 'em Away 6th, followed then by Blood Money 7th, and the trailer is Meticulous. Along the backstretch they go. Middleton Terror will lead it for David Dowling, and he's going to have his own way up front. Racing from second, that's Fernhill General. Third up the rail is Avatar J. Burnout Hanover goes 4th. That's Mr. Riley 5th. There goes Roll'em, sent to the outside 6th. 7th is Blood Money, and the trailer, that is Meticulous. 28 and 4 opened it up, and off the turn they come. They straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights, led by Middleton Terror. The backfield coming in motion now. Second, Fernhill General. Roll'em is rolling up on the outside now and going after the leader. 4th is Avatar J. Blood Money takes 5th. Meticulous has moved into 6th. Then 7th is Burnout Hanover, and the Charlottetown Shuffle goes to Mr. Riley. Now the trailer just 58 and 3 for an opening half mile. Mighty stop for this group, and they're going to start to pick them up, and they're going to start to put them down now. Wow, the bridle going to 3/4. Middleton Terror at the rail. Roll them alongside. Fernhill General in the pocket 3rd. 3/4 up in 1. 26 and 1, 27 and 3 in the 3rd quarter. Homeward bound in the Saturday night feature. Middleton Terror still there. Roll'em is there. Up the inside is Fernhill General. Deep stretch now. Roll'em. Welcome to Charlottetown. Wins from our Campbell. Middleton Terror 2nd. We'll need a show photo. They stopped the clock in 1:54 and 1.
All right, well, here comes the feature for you in the Universal Media Slow-Mo tonight, and the featured race in Charlottetown and Roll'em. We were talking about so many different angles, Peter, in this race here tonight. What an exciting stretch drive. Roll'em gets up in the final strides to nail it.
Yeah, Middleton Terror wanted to boss it early on. He did. 28 and 4, like Van said, headed his own way. 58 and 3 mark makes the first up attack. The backside 126 and 1. They were bridle to bridle, toe to toe, and down the stretch they come. He wears down the 1 Middleton Terror, does the 6 Roll'em, and reaches up in the end to win in his PEI debut. Nice win there. 1 is second, Middleton Terror. Tight for 3rd. Wow. Between the 3 and the 8, we'll see who finishes 3rd. No doubt about the winner, Roll'em and Campbell in the winner's circle. Next.
They're making their way back to the winner's circle. Some great selections there. Congratulations, Peter, on the post-time picks there with your triactor, 6, 1, and 3. I was happy with the exactor.
Yeah, you got the exactor. And Vance, I was so close to that super high 5. I'm at 61378, 61387. Kurt Hughes is still solo, though.
You're absolutely right, Mr. McPhee. You had him worry over there across the river. Here comes the featured preferred winner. That's the 6th entry. Roll 'em. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 5. By time to roll. From the Pan Pacific Flight Dam, feet on the dashboard. Owned by Brady Doyle, Brent Campbell, Ryan McLeod, and Kent McDonald. Mark Campbell has the training double. Mark Campbell has the driving triple on this night. And the mile in 154 and a 1/5. Roll 'em in the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 12th. Middleton Terror was 2nd. Avatar J 6th. Fernhill General 3rd. Burnout Hanover was 7th. Mr. Riley finished 8th. Roll'em was the race winner. Blood Money finished 5th. Meticulous was 4th. They went 28 and 4, 58 and 3, 126 and 1, and the mile 154 and 1. From the top, it's 263. 78154. Roll'em paid $3. Exactor $4.50. Triactor $27.10. The Super High 5 went $64.17. The Late Daily Double paid $3.40. That completes our live presentation on this night here at the driving park. Tonight's par mutual handle $72,116. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.